2022. I knew that was coming. Monday, June 6, 2022. This is the Webster Conservation Commission. I'm calling this meeting to order at 5:33. First item up here after calling for order is the meeting minutes for approval on May 16th. Mary, I have gone through them. I don't know if the others have gone through them, but I had several changes. I don't know if you want me to submit my changes to you and then get them back to you, and we just motion to put them to the next meeting, or
yeah, why don't we put them to the next meeting, since I didn't get a chance to look at them anyway. So
okay, all right, yeah, there's just a few things that are I can see that there was a little bit of confusion in a couple of the first items that we discussed. So board, does anyone else did anyone else find errors? So or is it just me?
I didn't get a chance to read them, Joey.
Okay, all right, so if folks haven't read them yet, why don't you read them, get your revisions to Mary, and then we will we'll vote to approve the meeting minutes on, let's see, our next meeting is June 23rd, 2022. So can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes on June 23rd?
Make the motion to continue the meeting minutes for May 16th approval to the next meeting.
That's Dan. Can you get a second, please?
I second.
Robin with the second.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewell,
Yes.
Ms. Bartholomew,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Duteau,
Yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
and that's it, I think.
All right, and before I get into the meat of the meeting, I overlooked our typical, I don't know how I did this because I've been doing it for the last 2 years, but our usual message here while we meet virtually, I have to read this. So here we go. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law, GLC 30A, Section 18, and the governor's June 16, 2021 act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. This meeting of the Webster Conservation Commission will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. The board will record the meeting for the purposes of note-taking. Anyone else wishing to record the meeting for personal use must notify the chairman in advance, and that would be me, Joey Wigglesworth. Thank you very much for that. And so we're going to move on to request for determinations, also known as RDAs. And our first one up is
I've got the notice on the first one, Joey.
yep, for Long Island. This is the Menard project. And go ahead, Dan, read that public notice, please.
In accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public meeting is being held on a determination of applicability filed by Menard Property Holdings to determine whether an addition to the cottage at 4 Long Island in Webster is subject to the Wetlands Protection Act and local wetland bylaw.
I can't find which one sent me.
All right, so do we have a representative for Long Island? Menard, do we have Mr. Menard?
Yep, that's me.
Hi, Keith, how are you?
Hi. Good. We're just trying to get our Bernese Mountain Dog to quiet down so that you'd be able to actually hear us. So
That's all right. I got a little cavalier underneath me that decided to play with the bottle during the meeting here. So
he's about to get a big old treat to occupy him for a little while.
all right, so you're looking to do an addition to your cottage and an extension to the porch.
Correct.
All right, so Mary's gonna pull this up so that the public can see. So folks, this is on Long Island. This is a small island, obviously in the lake, that is right off of Point Breeze. And so the addition, I believe you're not going to be putting equipment out there. You're going to be digging by hand, right? Sonotubes, is that correct?
Grabbing a shovel.
Well, I hope
They
you don't
they
run into
actually
a
did.
boulder.
They actually did bring equipment over there at one point for a different project. Unfortunately, when they did that, this was before we owned it, but they knocked over one of the main support columns for the existing porch,
Okay.
which has not really helped it survive over the past 30 or so years that it's been abandoned. But you know, yeah, so we'll be grabbing a shovel or two.
All right, so they have the additions going here. That's about 50 feet from the water, and the water's on that side. There is water on this side, but it's obviously well over 50 feet from that water.
Okay.
And this is an extension to their porch. It'll go out 2 feet, but it's not going to have any, it's going to use the same footings that were there before.
Okay.
And then we also have architectural plans that they showed us. I just show them briefly to you that they're maybe not as pertinent for us, but it was planned. And this shows the sonotubes.
Mary, is these on the website?
Yes, it's all on the website.
I'm not seeing it.
And then this under 4 Long Island. And then I did ask him to do a project narrative, which he did. I'll just read it. Our proposal is to build an addition off the back of the cottage that'll be 22 by 7 feet. The addition will house a bathroom and a kitchen. This will provide the most direct line to the sewer while providing proper sanitation and minimal disturbance to the land. The construction will require the use of 3 sonotubes. This addition will be more than 50 feet from the water. Further, we're proposing to reconstruct the rotting porch on the front of the house and add 2 foot of depth to the porch. The existing porch is 22 by 6 feet, and the proposed porch would be 22 by 8 feet. And this is approximately 22 feet from the water. We anticipate no additional footings will be required for this. And then I won't read the rest, but actually I did have a question on the sewer connection. So do you have to dig anything for that, or is that just within the house?
So there'll probably be a small connection to it. Unfortunately, when they put water sewer out there, the house was abandoned at the time. And so I don't know how many people are familiar with Lee, but Lee's kind of the mayor of the island, and anything that happens on the island, people ask Lee, and so when they were putting in the sewer, Lee said this looks like a good place for it, and so that's where it wound up. I'm not entirely sure. If the connection's obviously underground, a little bit, so I'd anticipate having to, just dig down to wherever that connection currently is, just to tie in.
Okay.
And do you know where, like, is it approximately where you're planning the addition? Is that what
It is.
It is. So
is.
if you look at, you see where the I kind of made to right, yeah, it's basically right there.
It's right there.
Yeah, if
Exactly.
you move
So-
your arrow back over,
to
yeah,
that little
yeah,
corner, that's where the macerator is.
yeah, it's actually right about there.
Mhm.
So you're talking about you're gonna dig around and there's a connection kind of pipe to pipe thing going on.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they buried in the, there's like a hole is basically it, where they put the collector, and then the macerator pump goes in there, and there just has to be a connection to, to dump into that. So again, where we're doing everything with a shovel, our goal is to dig as few holes as possible.
Yeah,
And they do have silt fence proposed
Yep.
on both sides. And again, most of the work will be on this side in terms of digging.
And I assume water is kind of the same situation.
Water should actually be fairly simple. I believe that we've identified the where the water comes in, and that actually comes up to if you see where G is on the, yep. So where now, if you follow that up to the existing house, actually, yeah, right about there. So
that's where the-
basically where the well line went is about where the drop is for the existing water line. Or so we would just be able to bring that up and bring it right into the addition. So it should be fairly straightforward.
now with obviously you've got some rotted wood and whatnot. Are you just planning on, you're gonna take that off the island, or you're just gonna have sort of campfire with it, or?
No, we have a dumpster company that we're using.
Okay.
And so we actually, there's another, there's just friendly people who also have island living that help us out with this stuff.
Okay.
So we try to go to that well very rarely, but when there's a project like this, we use an existing dumpster company and a pontoon boat. Everything gets put onto the pontoon boat, covered, brought
Yes,
to.
It's covered in plastic.
Yeah.
And then it's brought to the land and unloaded right into the dumpster.
Yeah, and then brought to the transfer station.
Okay. So you guys get yourself a real fixer-upper here, huh?
It's yeah, it's kind of
pretty cool.
heartwarming because I mean, like, believe me, when we first looked at it, it was like, wow, this is a huge undertaking.
I told
but,
them that Chip and Joanna could do it. I had a faith in us.
yeah, but it's at the times where it kind of looks really overwhelming. We've had some neighbors come in and be like, hey, it's really great to see some activity, after 30 plus years of watching this, rot into the ground. So
Yeah,
it kind of keeps you going a little bit.
that's good. That's good. We're glad to see, an old cottage,
We want to keep it a cottage.
Rehabilitated, yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to turn it into,
We're not looking to turn it into a huge place. It's just,
Yeah.
we want to keep the aesthetic of the island.
Yeah.
Nice.
yeah, we love the little 1900 feel. So
Yeah.
they're cute.
Commissioners, any questions? I mean, it's a simple, straightforward project right now.
I have two questions.
Sure.
One is the obvious one. We're looking at an addition and moving the bathroom and kitchen around. Is that the whole project, or is that stage one? And then are you going to be coming back to us for something else later on?
I don't believe so. The way that we're looking at this right now is, so we got previous approval to fix the roof. And so that was really phase one. Phase two is the bathroom and to fix the porch. So at that point, that gives us a proper bathroom, which it never had. It literally had a toilet. And that was unfortunately where most of the rot happened. I won't even describe to you what that bathroom looked like. So it literally had a toilet. And then in order to wash your hands, you would have to go into the kitchen in order to wash your hands. So I don't really anticipate anything beyond this. This kind of gives us, enough to hopefully have like a living room area. It gives us a porch. It gives us a proper bathroom. It gives us a proper kitchen. So that's kind of the, like I said, that's really the scope of our project, until maybe we have, grandkids like everyone else on the island.
But even that, I'm just gonna put them in tents outside.
Okay, second question was, in one of the pictures, there's obviously some kind of dock in place. It's kind of hard to tell whether that's good, bad, or falling apart like the cottage, but
Yep.
what's the future for that?
No, it's actually, it's in good shape. The ice managed to mess it up a little bit. So the only thing that really needs to be done with the dock is for the water temperature to warm up, to get some of my teenage son's friends out there to lift it up and just straighten out the pylons. But the dock's in really good shape.
Thank you.
So you're gonna need to license your dock. That's where Dan was going. Keith, you're gonna have to license your dock.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I didn't continue because I kind of made an assumption, maybe I shouldn't have, that the dock is as old as the cottage.
yeah,
And if it's old enough, it's it gets grandfathered. So, but in order for that to happen, you have to tell the state and show them that it is that old. And then maybe you could do that with old pictures or testimony from the neighbors. I don't know what they would accept, but typically if it's a very old dock, it's okay. If it's something relatively new, then you'll have to go through the license process.
Okay.
and we can help you out with that process. Just partner with our department.
Okay.
It can be a challenging process. Unfortunately, the state makes it a bit complicated for folks. But we're gonna have some new documents on the website, hopefully in the coming weeks, and we can help you through that process. So,
Okay, that would
you.
be great. Thank you.
and if you can produce an old aerial, there's websites, historicalaerials.com or something like that. An old photo that shows that dock has been in the same location that predates 1984.
Okay.
Then they'll typically grandfather it. So what they'll do is you pay the license fee, and then what they'll do is they'll send you this packet that shows that you've got the info for the licensing, and then basically they tell you that your dock's grandfathered, you don't need to license it again.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that goes through the state because this is a state pond.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And then I just want to make sure that you understand that if you guys decide to do any kind of patio work, anything on your property, just make sure you partner with us, because if we happen to find out that you're doing some kind of work and we find out, like, you don't want to have to do an after the fact filing.
Okay. And what is the I guess for us, we were only thinking of doing the deck. What is there others? So let's say.
Well, no,
Where your house sits, and
Yep.
you're pretty much in the zone of what we call a 100-foot buffer zone.
Mhm.
So anything on your property, like if you do any kind of alteration to your property, which is like, you decide to do some sort of stairs that go down to a certain area. If
Okay.
say you decide to, put a dormer on or something, you need to go through building, but it also requires our approval if you do siding on the house. You know, anything, pretty much kind of a lot of stuff that, you know, requires earth disturbance, just check with
Okay.
us. I mean,
Okay.
honestly, if you're doing plantings and stuff like that, you don't need to let us know, but if you need to take down a tree,
we're-
just, you just gotta, just let Mary know. Let
Okay.
the office know and, you know, just partner with us.
Okay.
All right,
All right.
terrific.
Commissioners, any other questions with this, project? Mary will just need to see, you're gonna need for your erosion controls, it looks pretty flat. Mary, did you go out there?
I did not, so
I
It
would,
is very flat.
all right, so, I would probably recommend just probably a silt fence.
mhm.
Just a silt fence, but,
Silt.
Oh.
yeah,
A
just
silk,
that-
a silk
But silt
fence,
doesn't
yeah.
seem like it's gonna
A
work.
silk fence would be very
Yes.
expensive.
We require orange ones so that you can visually see them. So it's a limit of work. You can see them.
Okay, is 3 feet acceptable?
3 feet up and then just, you stake it, you kind of stake it
Yep.
into the ground. Okay. Just, you know, I would, just because it's a little bit hard to get out there, you know, Mary, do you want photographs?
Yeah, if they can send
Out there.
pictures and just make sure the silt fence needs to be dug in 3 inches.
Yeah.
Make sure it gets dug in and see if we can.
The fencing material itself?
Yeah, the fabric part
Okay,
should be dug in about 3 inches.
Yeah, this is the solid one, not the one that's kind of fencing. This is a solid fabric.
Joey, is there any concern with the porch runoff?
You know, that's a good question. Robin, how is the gutter system on the house right now?
there is none.
Are you planning on putting a gutter system on the house?
I was not.
Okay, so,
Yeah, I was wondering if you wanted gravel, like a gravel strip at the drip edge on
probably
either
do.
side.
a drip edge of maybe 2 to 3 feet of crushed gravel,
Okay,
just so that when that comes down, it acts as a dissipator.
sure.
That would probably just be one of the only conditions I have for this, along with the silt fence.
Okay.
Okay,
That's a great question, Robin.
Is a gutter a better option or no?
The gunner will collect it and collect the water and just send it down one pipe and it just exits one way.
Okay.
But you would still probably want a gravel dissipator there to slow that water down, and you want to get the water into the ground
Okay.
and you don't want it shooting into the lake. That's like a no-no.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Got it. All right.
so you would prefer a gutter and then to do a rock pad wherever
Okay.
it's going?
We can add that. I don't.
Well, you don't necessarily have to have a gutter because
You don't.
without the gutter, it's dissipated. It's not all, so I think it would be up to you, whatever you would prefer.
Either
Okay.
one, okay.
All right.
It depends on what you would like aesthetically, what you want on your property. If you think a gutter across there, but remember on a rainy day, I mean, if you don't have a gutter across there, you're gonna have water dripping right in the front, like.
Yeah,
right,
that's true.
where
Yeah.
your steps are, if you're running anything into the house or running out to the grill or whatever.
That's true. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
something to think about, but let us know either way, but wherever the water exits, you're gonna want to do kind of a crushed pad and probably do about 4 inches down and just do crushed 3/4 inch stone.
Okay,
Okay.
All right, commissioners, anything else?
Good.
All right,
No.
so we have a motion on this one?
I make the motion that we find a negative determination for Long Island RDA.
I second.
All right. Dan with the first, Robin with the second, and could Charles please mute themselves? Anyone that is not a commissioner, please mute yourselves. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
I'm muted.
Ms. Bartholomew,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Mute your phone.
All right. So, Mr. and I'm assuming Mrs. Menard, thank you very much. Any questions, please reach out to us. We're here to help. If you need any help along the way, you run into problems, reach out to us. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All
Thank
right,
you.
And you can't start until we see that you got your erosion controls set up. Okay.
yeah,
Absolutely.
and we'll get you the paperwork with all the conditions on it, so wait for that too.
Okay, thank
Alright.
you, Mary.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you all. I
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi.
All right. Next up, we've got 32 Point Pleasant Road. This is Deborah Coonan, Chapter 91 license for residential dock. And Karen, I need you to
Yes.
make a statement.
My name is Karen Bartholomew, and I will not be participating as a board member, and I won't be voting as a board member. But if I do decide to participate, it'll be on behalf of me and my husband as an abutter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that is noted in the minutes. All right, do we have, I believe Mr. Lane was representing 32 Point Pleasant?
That's correct.
I am here also.
I'm sorry, Deborah
Yeah.
Coonan, how are you?
Yeah. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Great. All right, so, Mr. Lane, we continued last time for any additional information that you may had had. Did you have any additional information to bring to this meeting?
The only information I have is that I believe there was a communication from the DEP that should be in your record.
Mary, did you have anything from DEP?
Let me check. We have a letter dated June 25th, 2021. I don't believe this is the one you were talking about.
No,
Yeah,
I believe Christina Hops sent you communication within the last 10 days or so.
Let me look. Chrissy talked with me on the phone.
Or perhaps it was a phone call.
All right, let me just read her email. She emailed me and then gave me a phone call. It wasn't. She just wanted to know the status of the applications. Did they submit RDAs or NOIs? These have come to my attention as a result of comments filed with us by the planning board in response to the Chapter 91 general license certification process. But at this time, neither one has submitted an application. I'll note the applicants for general license are not to submit their application until after the completion of the comment period. So the issue had not received anything, which is normal. You would not have received anything that. I did note that in the materials submitted by the planning board, there was a discussion of the ownership of land. And I was curious as to whether there'd been a land court decision or other legal determination that these portions of the properties are not owned by the applicants. I also saw a reference that there's some thought that portions of the property may be owned by the town or the Commonwealth. And I will mention, I'm not aware of any claim of ownership by the Commonwealth. She just was asking for more information. So there was no really comment at all about, that was the gist of the email. And she did talk to me on the phone.
If you could repeat that last sentence, I think that would be helpful.
I also saw a reference that there is some thought that portions of the properties may be owned by the town or the Commonwealth, and will mention that I am not aware of any claim of ownership by the Commonwealth.
There you go.
Okay, but there's still an ambiguity as to who owns the said area which we're talking about. So commissioners, any comments?
I have a comment. May I speak, please?
Just hold on, Ms. Coonan.
Okay.
We did reach out to town council today, Jay Talman, in order to have a legal opinion, as he is a land use attorney. Unfortunately, Jay wanted a little bit more time to look into the matter further. That was where that got left. Mary spoke with Jay. Mary, I don't know if you have any more on that.
It was Jay's opinion that the commission should ask for proof of ownership, that the commission does have, it is important to establish ownership in looking at any kind of decision with a notice of intent or a determination, because the owner, obviously, you can't do work on property that you don't own, is basically the.
Absolutely, and this was the situation that we had run into, and I will put it out there, that we ran into on Loveland Road, where we had a similar situation. And it's so commissioners, do we have any
I have a quick question
yes, go
for
ahead.
Mary. Mary, did that communication from Chrissy, did she indicate that that was the end of her part of the conversation, or that she would get back to you with more information, or are we right where we were a month ago?
Well, Chrissy went, she'll take into consideration, obviously, what we do, but when it goes to the state, she basically stated that they don't have the resources to figure out who owns the land. That's not their business. And they're going to make a determination based on the things that they look at. So.
Then would I be correct in saying that they're not interested in making a determination on who owns the land, but they are willing to look at an application that has noted the land ownership is in question and make a decision based on that application?
I'm not sure what they would do. And the other application that we did a few years ago, I did ask her if they had ever looked at that, because we had a very similar situation with Black Point. And they said that they actually never ended up looking at that because that application wasn't submitted properly. So the applicants need to fix their submission and get it back into them.
Isn't there a question of boundary lines also, of the information we have? It seems like there's so much question that I don't know what it's doing in front of us.
Yes, Patrick. Hello. Hi, Matt. How are you?
All right, so
I might make one more comment, Mr. Chairman. It looks like a couple of things. One, the ownership of the land is not in our jurisdiction. That's a different matter, and it has little to do with us, other than as we have replied to the applicants and to Mr. Lane, we are reluctant to issue once we're aware of that situation, it's difficult for us to say it's okay to place a dock on land whose ownership is in question. We don't have the authority to make that decision. And apparently DEP is reluctant, to say the least, to do that for us, at least so far.
When it's so many ambiguities that all of these agencies really don't want to get involved, it really is, you know, God forbid me saying it, a lawsuit. I mean, it just, there's
They
just
don't
so
wanna-
much minutia. Yeah.
They don't want to, they don't want to comment without looking at the, looking through everything, looking at deeds, looking at, any
Boundaries.
evidence that comes forward.
So I think at this point, we have two options. One is to ignore our concerns. And not only in this particular instance, but with all future applications around the lake where this might be an issue. And just approve or not approve applications as they come before us and ignore the fact of who owns what particular parcel of land.
Mhm.
Or the alternative is to deny the applications in front of us and put it back to the state to make them make a decision.
Absolutely. And
Exactly what I think.
I mean, to put it back at the state to make a decision is not necessarily a bad thing. And for us to make a decision on, you know, a piece of land where we know that we're not sure whether there is actual real ownership. I mean, it's, you know, that could, it could, yeah, it's just not, it's not right. So.
When do I get to speak?
After the commissioners are done,
Okay,
commenting
okay, thank you.
and discussing the matter.
Okay,
Yeah, now if we, just so we're clear, if we approve the dock applications, both yours and the other neighbors, disregarding any issues about land ownership, that puts us in a position of having to do that for every application that comes
Exactly.
before us, whether the land ownership is an issue or not. And if we deny it, I assume that you would appeal that denial,
Mhm.
and that would send it back to the state, and they would have to,
Do it anyway.
they would have to either agree with us or not agree with us. But if they don't agree with us, they would be forced to say why they don't agree with us. And that would probably benefit you in the long run, and it would probably benefit a whole bunch of people somewhere down the road. So,
absolutely. There are 7 backfilled properties in this code, yet she and the neighbor are the only 2 denied. Daniel, you seem like a very reasonable person. And that my dog has been out here for 24, this would be the 25th year. It has hurt nobody. It is imposed on nobody, infringed on nobody's space. That's not too far out. No one's gotten hurt.
well,
You're denying me the
You-
right to use my
Right,
waterfront.
you have to consider our position. If we
I
go
do.
ahead and approve yours,
Yep.
future applications, we may end up with the same situation. A neighbor will say, well,
I
that's not
understand.
really their property, that's filled in.
But you know what? If the state is
It will be-
denying,
Well, then we'll be having the same conversation with various other people, like forever and ever. There's a lot of properties like yours around the lake. It's not just that cove.
you're
So then
absolutely
Why are
right.
you stopping
No,
her?
we can't let him talk, honey. But you're right. But I'm saying is that the Amir family and my family are the only families being denied the right and the opportunity to use the lake. They impose on nobody. My great grandchildren want to swim and boat. You could do it on a yearly basis. You could choose to not do it at all. I seriously feel targeted. My dock was reported to the state for not having numbers. Okay, 25 years of it. Okay, but how many docks are out there? I was targeted. This is a truly a harassment. First, it was the dock. Then it was the fence. The fence was cleared up in November. Come February, I got another letter saying take down the fence. That's baloney. The third thing was the jet ski cradle. How many jet ski cradles, I don't want to get upset. How many jet ski cradles are out there or lifts that are not registered? Mine is the only one out of hundreds of them being targeted. Then it's the wall issue. If somebody stood and looked at the wall, they would have looked across and they would have seen.
I do
This-
understand your frustration, but
I-
you
No,
have
you
to
don't.
understand.
You
we can-
understand, I got a letter in the mailbox, not with postage, from an abutter saying you don't pay taxes, blah, blah, blah. That's a clerical error, and I
Miss-
Well,
apologize for
hang
that.
hang on,
Miss
hang on.
Curran,
We're getting
hold on.
off track here. I said earlier,
Yep.
the land ownership question, this commission is not concerned with other than how it affects the dock application.
Yeah.
The fence, who owns the land, to be honest with you, it's not in our jurisdiction and we don't really care. That's something,
sorry?
that's a civil matter.
Okay, I understand that, but you know what, if it's not the state, and I can understand they've got bigger fish to fry, reasonably so too, so do you guys, but if it's the town, then I'll pay the back taxes and have it be done. I have waterfront, my tax thing at the town hall says waterfront, the Amir family says waterfront, my abutter does not have waterfront. And it's, so if they fail to charge me taxes, I'm sorry for their error. Years ago, there was so much development, I could see that could slip through the cracks. Charge me my year's back taxes. I'll be down there tomorrow and settle it. But as waterfront, you also have, if the water goes out, and it was out about 8 feet 2 years ago, supposedly you own up to the waterfront. And if the water should be so high that it imposes over the grass, you lose land. But bottom line is the stamp, whatever the stamp means at the town hall and the tax department clearly says waterfront. If the records weren't accurately kept, that's really unfortunate. But I feel my abutter is just using you people and trying to harass me. You know, my abutter challenged me. Never mind, I'll tell you on.
Miss-
As I said earlier, we're trying to avoid part of your problem because it's
like
not
that.
in our jurisdiction.
I
We're trying to
understand.
restrict our decisions to the things that are, and that is, can you or can you not place a dock there?
What is the harm of me putting the dock in and the kids swimming? What is the harm? We have an abutter that has the boat in, that's not supposed to be there, that is illegal. Absolutely nobody is making that change. The Amir family and I are jumping through hoops, trying to appease everybody, trying to go
Miss-
by the letter of
Miss
the
Coonan,
law.
I don't know, Miss Coonan, I don't know why you're bringing the Amir family into this, because their dock was approved last
Yeah.
meeting, so let's stop.
Okay.
Let's stop using the neighbors' names and let's home in onto your situation.
Okay.
We're
my
talking about
situation,
we're talking about your dock.
rightfully so.
You have, the fact of the matter is you have filled land which belongs to the Commonwealth. It's unfortunate, and the fact of the matter is we're trying to, you cannot necessarily put a dock up against filled property.
The
no matter-
entire peninsula is backfilled
I
except one
underst-
piece of
I
property.
understand.
80% of the lake is.
And I
Got
understand
ready
that.
letters
but-
tomorrow.
But when it comes to connecting a dock to Commonwealth property, it needs to connect to your property. And we, in this venue here, we can't say whether that filled land is yours or whether it is, it's allowable. So we need to let the state just determine
So
whether.
this could go on for 30 years maybe, because the state has much more important things to do than this. And it's okay for people to illegally attach boats.
No, it's actually not. You
Yeah,
are
I've heard
allowed
about
to,
that.
you're actually allowed to moor a boat through the harbor master and through conservation.
A that person can
Under
warn
three,
into
under
state
310,
property.
under 310 CMR, section 9.07, you are allowed to moor a boat, yes. So, anyway, we're gonna
Oh, so I
move
can
on
moor
here.
my boat. I don't need my dock. But you know
Okay,
what? You're
so-
depriving my great-grandchildren of the
So-
opportunity to just play and be kids.
So, all right, so folks, we need to move on here because we have a full agenda. Does anyone else have comments
Henry, got anything?
does anyone else have comments on the Coonan dock application?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes.
just briefly again, I think there's a couple of things that you're missing. First of all, with respect to the ownership, you've heard from the state, and the state indicates that they do not have any records of ownership of that property. Okay. And their position is, unless there's some countervailing evidence, they are willing to accept the representation of the applicant. But more importantly, I think Mr. Duto got it right. You know, you don't need a license if the dock's on your own property. You only need a license if the dock's on the Commonwealth's property. Every dock that is licensed on Webster Lake is located on the Commonwealth's property. And there's absolutely no requirement that you connect your dock to your own land. It has to be accessible from your land, but it does not have to be connected to your land. So the only question in front of the commission at this point is there some jurisdictional connection that requires the filing of a notice of intent? Not a question of ownership. It's not a question of who owns the land. It's a question of, is there an environmental impact from the installation of this dock? And clearly the answer to that question is no. And as Ms. Hops indicated, once that determination is made that there's no environmental impact and that we're entitled to a determination
And a
of
dock,
non-applicability, let me finish. The state will decide whether or not we're entitled to a license. That's the point where they will decide whether they're making a claim that would prevent us from getting a license. But it's the state that makes that determination, not the commission. The
And
commission
as you-
just has to determine whether or not we have to file a notice of intent. And clearly we don't. As you've decided in dozens of cases just like this, you've issued negative determinations, and this is no different. The state makes the determination as to whether or not we're entitled to a license. The commission does not.
and as you know, Mr. Lane, every permit for a dock goes on a deed. And if that land is not owned by that person on that deed, then that's a bogus, it's a dirty deed.
Well, you don't have any evidence of that, okay? That's
Right.
not up
All
to,
right,
that's
so,
not up,
all right.
that's not up to you to
Okay,
decide. The
so
state will make that
all right, so
determination.
Commissioners, we're really just, we're running around the bend here, so, can we get a motion for a vote here?
Keep in mind, this is gonna start a precedence for the whole lake.
Can we get a motion for a vote here, please?
Mr. Commissioner, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
I'm a little confused at what the motion should be, because in my opinion, I can't give anyone permission to do anything on land that it's not clear they own.
we're
Okay.
It's not clear that I don't own it
Excuse me,
either.
ma'am, I'm speaking to the chairman on a.
we
specific
are
procedural
putting a
issue.
motion for accepting, or approving or denying this,
So a
positive
negative,
or negative determination.
so a positive determination would push it toward an NOI? Is that my
And,
correct
yep,
understanding?
and then if they don't feel that if that's appropriate, then they can appeal it to DEP.
What does
We
the
don't
NOI
know.
mean?
And we don't have another potential motion that we can put forth. Those are our only two choices.
Now, I don't think we should be voting at all. We don't know who owns, it's not our jurisdiction.
There you go.
Yeah, but we have to make a vote on this. We either put it as a positive determination or
No action.
negative determination. Can't just keep this as an
Honestly,
agenda
I
item.
gotta have probably just abstain because I don't know what anyone's speaking about here. If we don't know who owns the land. We don't know the right boundaries. I mean. we
That's
have
right. It could
enough
be
to-
mine because it says it is.
It could be, but it may not be, ma'am. I'm really sorry.
So
for
then
you.
I get
really,
denied the
really
rights
am.
to my waterfront, and my grandchildren and the great-grandchildren get denied the right to use the water? Seriously? Then why does my thing at the
Neighbor.
town hall say waterfront? That you cannot, after 24 plus years, deny my kids.
Well,
right?
I'm not
Miss,
denying them. I don't know. I don't.
Are
think
you
we should be
denying
voting-
the entire lake, or is this just gonna be a
No,
me
we have
thing?
enough to do with the people we know who own property. Deal exclusively.
You
with
don't know that I don't.
laws. We
That's-
deal with laws. We
okay,
don't, we can't deal.
They're not
I mean, I
fairly,
vote against this all the
applicant.
time. There was once a patio dock. And
Mhm.
some of my colleagues voted against it because they didn't, I only deal with things that are legal and that are in my jurisdiction.
And the harm in me putting the dock
You know,
in.
you're
a-
absolutely right about harm, but unfortunately,
none.
there is a dispute with your neighbors. I know it's a small area
Only
down
one.
there.
Only
I think
one.
Okay.
it's really awful that
That's-
you have to go
that-
through this, but
that
I'm
has
in a
nothing to do
position
with the
vote,
matter.
right, yeah.
Okay,
Well, then get her vote off.
I don't know how to.
Hello?
Do Michelle first. I don't think we should be voting on it.
Yeah,
I'm
I-
sorry
she
that
should
you
go to the
people are
state.
put in this position. The person
we
that put
are.
you in this position is just using you, and I apologize, because you know what? I think most of you try really hard. You seem like reasonable people, like holy mackerel, and one person is putting a whole lot of pressure on you people for no good reason.
no, I think.
You
I-
seem extremely
Mrs.
reasonable.
Mrs. Coonan, I think you have to understand here,
Yep.
if we should vote to deny your application, to find a positive determination, that puts you in a position of, you can appeal to the state.
Yeah.
And that puts the state, I mean, I'm sure Mr. Lane can confirm what I'm saying here. All the conversations between Mr. Lane, between you, between your neighbor, between us with the state have been less than productive. They say, well, we don't know about this, or we don't know about that, but they haven't said, this is the way it is. If we should do this,
Mhm.
we would, along with, we would send that information along to the state saying, this is why we did it, because we can't determine, because you haven't taken a position. And that would make them, they would have to respond properly to that thing. And that would benefit not only you, but everybody else. It would benefit us tremendously. I can tell you that.
denials are not necessarily always a bad thing, that it
It is with the summer going away and the kids, you know,
After 24 years,
it's-
it comes up this year.
the state has a certain number of days that they have to act, Ms. Coonan, so I can guarantee you that Mr. Lane will follow up with the state and they'll move things.
and the harm in doing it in the meantime, in a tight cove off the lake. It's not like I'm in the middle of the lake, I'm gonna impose on anybody out there. It's not my intent. It's just to give the babies a better life after the crap they've been through for 2 years.
I understand, but you gotta understand the position that we're in, so.
We'd
it's
like
the
to have a
same.
solution that benefits everybody, not just
Yes.
you.
Okay, what about on a temporary basis?
Just-
You
excuse
can't
me?
do a temporary basis. There's not a mechanism for that.
It's not something we can do.
Well, yeah, it is, because come September anyway, it comes out. So what is the harm for putting it in for 3
Well,
months?
No,
You-
we
you
can't
can
allow
be-
that.
Just leave it.
Yeah, you can be sure that in speaking to the state, we
Yeah.
would emphasize the fact that this needs to be decided quickly. That, that people are being,
Yeah.
Imposed upon, cheated out of their
well,
life.
not encroached upon, but you're being denied
Absolutely.
something that you
Alright.
shouldn't be denied
Oh,
until they make that decision.
We understand Ms. Coonan's predicament.
And as
We need to move
As you
this
point
along.
out correctly, if you make a negative determination, this will immediately go to the state for their determination. If you issue a positive determination, you are saying that we need to file a notice of intent. But identify for us what jurisdictional issue there is that requires a notice of intent. What are we doing that's going to affect the environment that requires a notice of intent? If you're only making a decision that says we don't know who owns the land, that's not what your vote's going to be. Your vote is going to be, we have to file a notice of intent. That makes no sense. What you should do is file the negative determination, put a note on there if you want that you have not determined who owns the land and it's an open issue. The state will determine it because they have to decide on the licensing issue. They are not going to give us a license if they come to the conclusion that we're doing something illegal, but that's their decision. And by issuing the negative determination, you kick it straight to the state who is supposed to be making the decision. If you issue a positive, you end up making a decision that makes no sense. So do the right thing, issue a negative determination, kick it to the state, let the state make the decision. If they in fact own the land and they want to deny the license, they'll do it. But that's their decision, not your decision. You are not in the business of deciding who owns the land
We're
or
not.
what rights anybody has in the land. Your jurisdiction is to decide whether what we're proposing is going to have an adverse impact on the environment. And I think all of you will agree that this has no adverse impact, and you've given up dozens of negative determinations on very similar circumstances. And that's what you're supposed to be doing here.
24 years later, it's a problem all of a sudden. Why all of a sudden, 24 years later, is that a problem? Why are my trees a problem? Why is my fence a problem? Why was the jet ski cradle a problem? It's not a problem for anybody else on the lake. It's a problem for me. And you guys seem reasonable, but you are being so used, so very used and manipulated.
Can I make I'd like to make a comment just to what Mr. Lane said.
Okay.
I know that Chapter 91 program, for docks, they require either a determination or a notice of intent. They will take either, depending on the situation. And sometimes, in fact, I think there was an appeal based on the fact that we only issued a determination in another situation, and we should have issued a notice of intent. So I don't believe that argument, I think either is appropriate in this situation. If we issue the positive determination, it would give the appellant a chance to appeal to the state, which would be a different board and which would give a different opinion. And it's a different when they're appealing to the state, it would be different people reviewing it. If you did an appeal that goes to DEP in Worcester, and you'd have the wetlands people looking at it, and it would not be the Chapter 91 people looking at it. It would be a different group. So
have you asked yourself why after 24 years, for me, this is a problem? Have you asked yourself that question?
I asked the question, Mrs. Coonan, and
Thank you.
one of the biggest
Yeah.
reasons is there were a lot of
Very
rules and
next
regulations
door.
today that did not exist 24 years ago.
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
This is Mr. Duto. So
Yeah.
you're asking why it wasn't an issue 24 years ago?
Yeah.
Because these rules and regulations were not in place 24 years ago.
No.
They
And
were
as to
in the
why it's not affecting other people on the lake who have the same issue potentially, it's because they are not in front of us with an application, and you are.
And why am I in front of you?
Because you
Because
have
I
an
have
application
a-
for a dock.
I know, you know what? Because I have an
Neighbor.
abutter that has reports when I sneeze. Seriously. and she
Your dock
uses the
application
phone.
has nothing to do with your rebuttal.
Then she hasn't denied
Wrong.
anyone else on the whole lake or in that cove.
Or reported any other dock. There are many docks in the cove. None of them reported. Many docks around this
We're
peninsula.
very much aware of
Everyone is back.
other violators. So, Commission, I'm gonna appeal to you one more time. We need to move along here.
Henry,
please.
any last words of advice here?
As I've said, the jurisdiction is whether this has an impact on wetlands. It clearly does not. The negative determination is what they've done in every other circumstance like this. It's the appropriate decision here. Kick it to the state. That's where it
Commission.
belongs.
Commission, can we get,
Joey, I think that we should kick it to the state, and the only option I can see from conservation is that we find a positive determination. We go the NOI route, they appeal to the state, and DEP makes the determination.
yes,
So I'll make the motion.
all right, thank you, Michelle. Michelle, with a positive.
And I just put it in for the
Do we
summer
have
for
a
the
second?
kids.
Don't knock.
I'll second.
All right, Fred with the second.
All right,
Poll the board.
Ms. Sherillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes,
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes,
and we'll note that Ms. Bartholomew is not participating in the vote.
Poison the group.
okay. All right, moving on. Ms. Coonan, good luck.
Thank you
with
for,
your- Good
thank
luck
you for
with
your time.
Thank
thank
you.
you
Good luck
for your
with your
time.
appeal. And hopefully, hopefully the central region doesn't drag it out with you. All right, thank you. Moving on to public hearings, also known as notices of intent and a wise. We're on to 49 Arkwright Road and 30 Worcester Road. Do we have Mr. Kowalski with us, please?
I have the notice on the first two, Joey.
Well, hold on, because
Okay.
this is an old one.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Hi,
yeah,
Glenn.
All right, just making sure I was online. Thank you.
You
You
have
can
an
go on.
update?
You told me
you have
when
an
you want
update
me
on
to
your-
talk.
You got an update on your project?
Yes, thank you. Do you want me to talk now? You ready?
Sure, go right ahead.
Doesn't Dan have to
Thank you.
read something first?
Oh, no, go ahead. I was
No, this
mistaken.
is an old project.
So over this course of whatever that's been a year or 8 months, I don't have the date in front of me, but we've been working with the state to identify if the project would have a negative impact under ecological restoration is what it's filed under. And it was always our assumption, my assumption, and from talking to Mr. Leo, that the gravel that I'm looking at directly upgrading of the old railroad bridge was deposited when the bridge in 72, the stone bridge built by Sam Slater, was taken apart and dirt fell in the water, and that's why there was this 88 cubic yards. But what we have discovered, especially now that the lake is totally shut off and there's no water coming out of the lake, and even in the years past, it was shut down, but not totally. There is no water coming out of the lake now. The only water in the brook, Mill Brook, is groundwater discharge. And what we found, and it is clear, and I'm asking for a site inspection by the board, but I brought this past, what it is the water, the dirt from the dirt road at the end of Arkwright Road and 2 other roads upgradient of it, where those asphalted roads, when it rains, 3 roads come together onto the dirt road that's perpendicular with the 2 roads upgrading of Arkwright. That blows the gravel out. I brought this to your attention before, but I took more pictures about, I think it was our 1.4-inch rain event, and it was 0.2 just before that. So it was within a 24 hours of 1.6. It blew the road out again. The small gravel, it's a bank gravel, sand to gravel. It took that gravel, and I have a photo exhibit to you already on what previously I photographed this. That road is gully erosion again, unless the DPW put more gravel up and graded it out again. And we'll know this before, if you can set up a site inspection within the next 2 weeks. We'll be able to go view it, and I'll send you the photos too. That it's a waste of my time and money to dredge this portion of the Millbrook out, because the actual source of the gravel is the dirt road upgradient of the back road into Tony Leo's pit. It's totally evident. I've talked to the neighbors. I photographed it, and the delta is sticking up out of the water at the outlet of that channel that runs down beside the entrance to the sewer plant. On the northern side of the sewer plant, there's an erosion gully. There's some tires in it, and there's the dump of the delta. So even if I dug this 88 cubic yards out, I could just expect during the next storm event, the delta will be starting to form again. There has to be a long-term permanent solution. I don't mind spending the money to take the gravel out, but I truly don't want to take it out just to see it filled in within 4 or 5 storm events. And not only that, I wish the commission got involved with it, because it is a violation of the wet regulations that this is just constantly filling in, and there's not a permanent solution. And a permanent solution would be, and I'm not suggesting the town's going to spend the money to tar it, but I'm making the suggestion that some coarser material. I don't care if it's 3-inch or 6 might be a little bit too coarse for cars, but it can't be this from sand up to 3-inch, because that is, the delta is obvious, the erosion gully is obvious. If you're going up gradient on this, it's deep, and I'll send the photo exhibit in tomorrow of the latest blowout. And I'll send a photo of the delta, because now that the lake, the brook down to a trickle, there's stuff out of this flow, and there's the source upgraded. So again, if we can find a solution, I will say that it is not the Arkwright Road, the original bridge. I will say that this is just a sediment that's being deposited, as it's evident now with the brook almost having no water in it. Sediment being deposited from upgrading, and the coarse material stops there. The lighter material goes downstream, and it's a constant problem. And I realize that the lake is a lot of your thrust. Not that you don't look at every other wetland in the whole town, but this erosion has been brought to your attention since the time we originally started work at prior to starting work at the Leo pit, because that's when I got involved with this brook quite 4 or 5 years ago now. So thank you for your time. I would ask that we, at your next inspections, if you can give me 10 minutes of your time, maybe 15 the most, and we'll take a look. Unless we have deluges like we did last year when July started raining and it just flooded and it's not identified.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at that, Mary, on the next site visit if we can? And then we could talk with Glenn then about some, see what we can, I could talk with Kenny about some solutions that maybe we can get the town involved on that, because we can't have,
Right.
erosion coming off the street right into a brook like that, just like with the lake, we gotta kind of
Exactly.
our special areas.
So we do have a procedure that
Joey.
you're gonna speak with Kenny
Yes.
about a different material. Great. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Joe.
Yeah.
When you're talking to Kenny.
Yeah.
The drivable lawn might
Yeah.
not be a bad idea. And last time I priced it out, it's like $2 or $3 a square foot.
Okay.
Putting a barrier of that in would be far less than dumping another load of gravel.
Yeah. And he'll know what that is because we did it in front of the library.
Yep. And actually, down in Woonsocket at Riverview Park, they actually use that to make the parking lot. They just put it down and then filled it with stone.
Okay.
What do you think, Glenn? What do you think of that?
Well, I didn't hear the material that Fred was talking about. What was the material?
A drivable lawn.
Drivable lawn, yeah.
Hexagonal cells, hard-sided cells, and you can put dirt or stone in it, and it'll keep it from shuffling around, but it will let the water pass through.
Well, that I'd like to see it. I'd like to see a photo. There's another very minor solution. If we go up there, I would ask to look at it before we talk to anyone else. I mean, you can talk to Ken all you want. I can't tell you what to do, but I still would like you to look at it and then go to the town. But another point might be that on the low side of the road, if it was a crushed stone, 6-inch diameter crushed stone swale, it would carry the water down the road without blowing the road out. So there might be a couple of that type of solution. The other one you just mentioned, whatever one's the cheapest for the town, it just stops the erosion. And then again, I'll finish up my the permit, and we'll get it done at Boston. But otherwise, it doesn't pay for me, as I said a moment ago, to go take it out, because it is just coming from that. And I mean just. I wouldn't say just if I hadn't been there for all these years, watching it, filming it, going down it, always taking shots. I've got a few hundred photos of just that brook in that area.
Yeah, that was quite
Again, for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was quite a carving that we saw in there last year.
Yeah.
Um,
And it just keeps filled and then completed. So I will ask for a continuance of my meeting, and and I'll wait here from Mary if possible for a site inspection date and to get out there with you people.
All right, so do you want to continue sometime into like after July 4th, Glenn, or do you want to go on to the
I'm
next meeting?
gonna, sure. I mean, if the end of and the beginning of the July, I'm going to Golden Trout up in the Sierra Nevadas to snorkel with them at the headwaters of Sierra. So I'm not, I should be back by the 14th. So if you have something coming in on the second meeting, maybe in July, I'll be back.
Mary, you got that date handy? July. I don't actually have that date.
Well, we would like to continue to a date known to make it obviously by the book. If you have dates in July.
And Mary,
If not, I will the next meeting and then ask for another continuance right then to when you do know that date in July, because by the book, it has to be continued to a date known, you know that.
all right, so we'll put you on the second date in July. I don't have that in front of me.
Would be July 18th.
Fine, I definitely be back.
All right, so can I get a motion of continuance for 49 Arkwright Road and 30 Worcester Road to July 18th?
I motion we have a continuance for 49 Arkwright Road and 30 Worcester Road for something July 19th.
18th.
18th, sorry.
And then Mary, why don't you put us on site visits that previous Saturday?
Okay.
To be clear, if I could, I'm sorry through the chairman, it was the 18th.
Yeah, the 18th. So the 16th, we'll meet with you, Glenn.
Thank-
All right, thank you.
Have it.
We appreciate it, Glenn.
No, I appreciate you people. Surely. Thank you again. I just want to get this brook done and be done
Absolutely.
with it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I'm jealous about the Sierra Nevada trout thing. Have a good time.
Do we
All
get a
right.
I'll send pictures. I'm serious.
Glenn's not done with his shit. He's got a
Oh,
couple.
okay, good.
All right, let's keep
Oh,
moving.
no.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm sorry,
No.
I apologize.
Yeah,
I think
he's,
we need to do the
All right.
vote on that continuance.
all right.
Ms.
So,
Grillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes,
Ms. Bartholomew,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes,
Mr. Duto,
Yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth.
yes. All right.
Thank-
Thank you. All right, thank you. Next up, we've got 15 Cedar Point Road here. This is Mr. Longo, his project. We have John on.
Yeah, and actually he's on vacation right now and he
Okay.
was not going to be able to get on because of Wi-Fi issues.
Okay, so do we
The
want a motion?
remember that we had approved it except for the DEP number and the
Oh,
DEP number
that's
has
yeah,
right.
been
that's what I
issued.
say, yeah.
All right, so we just need the
That's
DEP
fine.
number. So we got it, Mary?
Yes, we have the DEP number. And let me just check to make sure there were no issues on it. I don't think so.
I don't think there were. I think we just needed the, what is it? 323
1230.
1230.
Mary?
Yes. Yes,
Excuse
you
me,
had several comments, Karen.
I thought that there was a couple of outstanding revisions I thought were gonna take place. Maybe I'm wrong, like, something as simple as the scale 1 inch equals 10 foot, but also he had a typo on the elevations on the walls where they didn't, the total distances from the house to the wall didn't add up. and
Yeah,
he
he
said-
was supposed to get a revised plan. I remember that, Karen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he still had the words repair interchangeable with the word replace. And those are the revisions I thought were gonna happen. I might have went a little bit overboard, but those were the things that I remember that needed clarification.
Yeah. Well, I haven't issued the order yet, so.
I mean, we can approve this and then he'll just get Mary he knows what we need and it's just small revisions in the plan. So.
Yeah, I think the revisions were minor.
Yeah, typo revisions. But I mean, his, you know, he understood, you know, he had his construction sequence correctly. You know, we did an emergency cert so that he could get his deck done so that it was safer, so no one got hurt. Whatnot, so. All right, so I would just make a note that we need that revised, Mary.
Yep, I'll ask him for the updated plans before I actually hand him the order.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, he just needs to make sure that the erosion, I think he's got the erosion controls up anyway,
Yep.
should. All right, so folks, can we get a motion to issue the order of conditions for 15 Cedar Point?
I think you have to close the hearing
Oh,
first.
yeah, motion to close the hearing for 15 Cedar Point Road.
I'll make that motion.
Fred
Second,
and Dan,
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes,
Ms. Bartholomew,
Yes,
Mr. Bach,
Yes,
Mr. Duto,
yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth.
yes. All right, motion to issue the order of conditions. For 15 Cedar Point Road.
I'll make the motion with the provision that updated plans are provided.
Fred
I second.
and Robin.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes,
Ms. Bartholomew,
yes,
Mr. Bach,
Yes,
Mr. Duto,
yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. Thank you, folks. Mary, all set?
Yeah,
All right, so next up is 69 South Shore Road. This is our friend Merrick. An amendment to the order of conditions, installation of a residential dock, chapter 91. How you doing, Merrick?
How are you?
Good, good, good. I was on
Nice to see you
vacation the
guys.
last time I saw you, so.
Yeah, it was a disaster from the phone
Sorry.
call, trying to call from Poland. It was, I mean, I could hear you guys, you can hear me. So,
We were all over the place. I was in Los
yeah, I
Angeles,
know.
Poland, and everyone was in Webster. That kind of stunk, huh?
You gotta understand one thing, 6 hour difference. So I was really determined. It was 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I appreciate that. All right, so you're looking to do your dock.
Sure.
So, all right, so do we have plans, Mary, for the dock?
yes, we do.
Okay.
And I talked to Mr. Jalbert this afternoon
Okay,
about the profile plan.
okay.
And I might have talked to him about it when he turned it in. I don't remember. So that is missing, but
Okay,
he does have, you know, distances, not so much from, you can see from the corners. So you can see he has it centered on the lot. I told him that he should have the total square footage on here. I assume it falls it looks like it falls within what's allowed. It's just not
Yeah, it's
indicated.
less than 300 square.
Yeah, so,
Mary,
The
what-
dock area itself is, Lenny Jalbert from Jalbert Engineering. The dock area with the connection to the shoreline is 428 square feet.
okay.
all right, so
Mary,
we have Mr. Jalbert.
which plan is this? Because I looked at the doc concept document, which I don't think is the right document. So can you tell me what you're looking at?
Right, I'm sorry. Yeah, and the dot concept was, I should just delete that because
That's
I
an
know
old
he's
one.
he's not gonna build that. So we are looking at the plan revised 428-22.
Because that one setback, the other neighbor was,
Okay. sorry to interrupt your flow.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Michelle. We should get rid of the old stuff on there. Okay,
Is this the same one, 428?
The plan that you should have that I gave to the town was plan number 21-144 with revision 4 dated 4/28/22.
Yeah, that's this one.
I see a date of 12/16/21 on it. In the bottom right corner.
Yeah, but the revisions
The,
are over to the right.
Okay,
So the 4/28/22. And it says description proposed dock.
okay.
So the distances.
And he's got the mean high water mark here, 477.4.
That you have the mean high water mark and you have the flood elevation that's on the lake too. The mean high water mark is at 477.4 and the flood elevation is at 480.4.
Yeah.
And the shoreline bank that's on there is actually at 479.
Now, with the connection for this dock, are you just gonna have just a ramp that just connects to the shoreline, Merritt?
Yes, it's gonna be a 4-foot ramp, just a regular
Okay.
4-foot ramp, yeah.
All right, because remember that area that you're connecting to is that's flood storage for when the lake, like if we have a flood event,
Mhm.
you know, that ramp can't.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's
can't-
all
yeah,
we're gonna
that-
have.
Yeah, that ramp needs to not impede on that flood storage area.
And this is a seasonal dock that will be taken in, correct?
Taken out, yes.
Okay,
So, Mr. Chairman, we're gonna have to add a condition about where to store the dock, because I don't
Yeah.
think it could be stored in floodplain either, right? The flood
No.
zone. We don't usually need to create that condition, but I think in this case, it's important.
Why is
Now,
it in this
have you-
case?
have you thought about where you're gonna put this, Merritt? It's probably gonna have to get stored on the
It's
side
probably,
of
I
the
mean,
house.
when you're looking at the right-hand side,
Yep,
be honest with you, I own a storage facility, so the storage
Okay.
is not an issue, okay? You guys more than welcome to rent some storage from me if you want. 'Cause I own a lot, okay? So you guys, I don't think the storage is gonna be really a problem. So
Okay.
Michelle, if you wanna rent some storage from me, you're more than welcome to do so.
Well, thank you for letting me know.
Yeah,
It's
I give you a good discount. I usually charge people $100, I charge you 150.
Hey, no, excuse me.
I'm
excuse
just-
He's all
me.
set. He's all done.
I
Yeah,
got
good.
it. I have to interject on ethics here. We can't be doing that.
It's
He
just
passes.
that,
I mean, it's such a small lot that I really,
Yeah,
I'm not one of those guys that gonna put a whole bunch of stuff
Yeah.
on the yard, okay? Everything pretty much gonna go to the storage after the
It's-
summer.
it's just that for any dock permit, as a commission, we are allowed to create conditions
Mhm.
giving guidelines on storage. So where you have a flood zone on your property, we can't allow you to store anything in the flood zone because you're
understand that, yeah.
invading on flood zone. So that's why I was asking.
No. Like I said, I mean, I'm just joking around, but reality that, being all serious, I do own the storage facility, so the storage is not a problem.
so we got a place for it to go. Okay.
Yes.
That's good.
All right, so we just need, so we don't have a side profile, but these are 4 feet. And then how it's 34, and how many feet did you say this was, Mr. Jalbert? 400 square feet?
The square footage is 428 square feet.
Okay,
That's included the ramp.
okay. And so we just need a side bathymetry model.
I mean, we had those plans in the town for last whole month. Because I was hoping to get in to the last meeting. That's why I came back from Poland early, which I discussed with Mary.
Yeah.
She's laughing. But you know, today at 3 o'clock, and I usually don't check my emails because I'm in a truck all the time, so I don't check my emails on a daily basis. So we had an email at 3 o'clock that the site, you know, plans and were not done and the square footage, which we had those plans for a month in the town.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I especially went today to check it out if everything is good. And Mary was on a site visit, which, you know, she wasn't around. But what I'm saying is I just don't want to get pushed back again on something that was done a month ago. And, you know, we pretty much did everything that we could as far as the drawings, as far as the elevation and everything else. I just want to get that thing closed and over with.
I mean, the drawing is done here, folks. I mean, you know, as far as, you know, I mean, he's going 34 feet out. We know he's going to be at least in 18 feet of, you know, water. He's in, you know, he's got flood storage capacity here. So, you know, it's going to end up dropping down there. So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter to us for 91. It matters for him to get that side profile bathymetry for his application to go to chapter 91. So,
yep.
I mean, what we're looking at is setbacks and making sure that there are no, you know, he's not digging into the ground. He's not, you know, there's no major disturbance here.
So from my perspective, the only concern is that we add a condition for the storage of the dock.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Other than that, he should be deep enough. It should be fine. He's gonna have to do side profile for 91.
And this is connected to his property.
Yep.
All right, so, commissioners, any questions?
I'd just like to make a comment. I did actually get a call from the state on this.
Okay.
They were concerned that this dock was going into a wetland, and I think they got confused by looking at these lovely symbols on the map, which are actually for new plants. I did explain it was a flood zone and not a wetland, so.
Okay, we should probably send those notes over when this goes off to them. And that they know that, the applicant knows that this is an off limits area.
Yeah.
And it might be helpful when you submit your application for chapter 91 to explain that it's just a ramp and not impeding flood zone. Because if Joe asked that question, chapter 91 might ask the same.
Yeah, I would probably do that, Merrick and Mr. Jalbert. You know, make sure that they understand that just a ramp going down to, you know, it's not a wetland. You know, we'll make comments too.
No, it's
obviously.
not, no.
All right, okay, so, any abutters, commissioners, any, further comments? All right, hearing none. Any abutters for 69 South Shore Road on, residential dock? All right, hearing none, can I get a motion to close the public hearing for 69 South Shore Road, commissioners?
I motion we close South Shore Road, 69 South Shore Road.
All right, Robin? And a second?
I'll second.
Michelle?
Right, Ms. Cirillo,
Yeah.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Bartholomew,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, motion to issue conditions for chapter 91 dock at 69 South Shore Road.
Isn't it a motion to approve the amendment?
approve the amendment. Sorry, yes, sorry,
I'll make the
Michelle, I'm looking at
motion.
the wrong thing.
Yeah, no worries. I'll make the motion to approve the amendment to the order of conditions for the installation of a residential dock to include storage, limiting the storage of that dock on site.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Do we have a second on that?
I second.
Thank you, Robin.
All right, Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Bartholomew,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, Merrick, good to see you.
All right, thank you. That was probably the fastest ones that we were done.
Yeah, you like that one. Yeah, you like that one, huh?
Oh, I did. Thank you.
All right.
Take care.
Okay,
All
have a
right,
nice
thank
night.
you.
Stay safe.
Take care.
Thank
Enjoy
you
the
very
summer.
much.
All right.
Thank you and have a good evening.
So next up, 90 Bates Point Road. This is Albert Mendelson. This is addition to a home, replacement of a patio and stone retaining wall. And Dan, do you have the
I do have the-
public notice to read?
I have two things. The notice is in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act. This public hearing is being held on a notice of intent filed by Cadco Inc. for the addition to the home, replacement of a patio and stone retaining wall at 90 Bates Point Road in Webster.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Hello, Mr. Healy, how are you? Can you hear us?
Where'd we go? Yeah.
Looks like he froze.
Oh, no, did he freeze? Patrick, you there? No, he's on mute.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I could, before you get started,
Yeah,
I should apologize to these people for us not showing up on Saturday. That mistake was on me. I misunderstood my instructions and thought we did not need to go there. So I apologize that you waited around and nobody showed up.
Well, thank you, thank you through the chair to Mr. Duto. We did
Yes,
have,
I apologize for that. I was not at the site visits. I was dealing with a death in my family last week, so. We do apologize for that. That's not typical, so. But we're looking forward to see what you've got on the docket here, so. Take it away, Patrick. And I think we have Mr. Mendelson with us, correct?
yes, Mr. Mendelson is on and the homeowner is on, Mr. Colecchio.
Okay. All
So
right, go ahead.
we're looking at a lot at 90 Bates Point Road.
Okay.
And on our plan, we show some proposed improvements to the property, including, well, let's talk about the resource areas first, since you have that plan up. So you can see the lot has a steep slope coming down to the water's edge. And there's an existing retaining wall along the base of that slope. That good sections of that wall are in structural failure and need to be, what I said on my original plan was repaired as necessary, but in looking at it in more detail, we do believe the wall needs to be replaced in its entirety. So on the revised set of plans that I provided to Mary, we show that as a reconstruction of the wall. And we've moved the sedimentation control barrier down to the shoreline. And we propose to expand the patio and to regrade the slope. If you were out or if you've been by the property, you know there's a crushed stone or a pea stone slope in there. It's kind of unsafe in its existing condition. And we propose some native plantings and some flowering shrubs to go on that slope. That doesn't look like the right property, sir. It was. It was? Yeah. Oh, okay. It looked a different color than what I remember seeing. Thank you. There we go.
Is this the property? Yeah, okay.
So you can see we propose to expand that that patio out and to rebuild the stairs, which are unsafe in their existing condition. They have settled over time and sort of pitched to one side or the other. They don't have an even tread height, riser height to them. So we've proposed some measures there, and we've talked about how this wall can be reconstructed from the uphill side so that we don't have to further disturb the shoreline. And all of that work is intended to be done from the uphill, the upland side of the lot, where there would be an excavation made behind the wall. The wall, stone wall would be broken up to be used for backfill to stabilize the slope behind the wall. The wall would be rebuilt by hand by a team of masons. And we've provided you some cross sections of the wall showing that it would be a more substantial and structurally stable wall. So where we propose to expand the patio, I would propose to make that impervious paver surface, which would allow us to handle any increase in impervious area for stormwater. And then we propose some further stormwater improvements on the uphill side of the lot toward Bates Point Road, where we propose to install a dry well. Then we would have to do some patching to the existing driveway to let that occur without further disturbance. In looking at the property and evaluating the structural integrity of the house, it's evident that parts or possibly all of the foundation will have to be replaced due to some water damage and some undermining of the existing foundation. All of that work would occur from the driveway end of the property. So the dumpsters and trucks would be placed on the driveway. Any demolition materials would be taken out in that direction. And then the house foundation would be built beginning on the low end and working back toward the driveway. So at all times, we have the bottom along the shoreline, we have that sedimentation control barrier. We have the patio in place, and we'll probably have a safety fence enclosing the entire construction area to prevent any debris or other material from reaching the lake or the abutters. So I've provided you with the stormwater study showing that we will not create any increase in the peak rate or volume of runoff leaving the site or reaching the lake. And I think we've provided you with adequate details showing how the land would be stabilized and provide a safer and more environmentally friendly situation than what's out there today. So we did receive the DEP comment and file number assignment this afternoon. So we have a file number of 323-1231. And in DEP's comments on this file number assignment, they had a couple of comments. One would be demonstrating how the work in close proximity to the resource area would protect the resource area in perpetuity. I think, through our details and our slope stabilization, we're providing that. The commission may want to consider how the proposed plantings increase shading and bank stability. So we do intend to keep one of the trees at the rear of the house and to do some pruning with an arborist to try to minimize the effects upon the tree of any fill that's placed around there to expand the patio. We may in fact build a small tree well along that, so we don't have to take down the tree that's closer to the home. The commission may want to require an operation and maintenance plan for the pervious pavers and drywell. That's something we can certainly provide if the commission so desires. And then the last comment was if the existing retaining wall touches the high water line of the lake, then the project should also be filed as a Category 5. So I think we've demonstrated that the high water line of the lake is in fact 3 to 4 feet away from the base of the wall. So that additional fee and category of work would not be necessary. Ms. Overholt also gave us some comments on, I guess it was Friday, requesting that we make some additional, or I guess that was Thursday afternoon, Mary, when you sent the email, but I didn't receive it until Friday. So in response to that, we did provide you with a revised set of plans. So on that revised set of plans, we show the 25-foot and 50-foot offsets from the shore. and we've provided some additional notes. So one of the notes in particular was about the removing and replacing the stone wall. We provided some impervious calculations showing that there's a net decrease in impervious cover through our drywell and pervious paver patio. We're able to reduce the impervious cover from approximately 3,400 square feet to 2,700 square feet. And Mary, I think there was one question with one of the details that we amended as well. I don't recall which one that was at the moment.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, do I have the right plans up here? I'm not sure that I do.
Additionally, we've provided a project narrative and a sequence of work that's proposed. You might want to take some time to look through that rather than have me read it to you. But essentially, we shut off the utilities, we perform the demolition, we build the lowest retaining wall first, and we work our way back away from the shoreline up to the patio level and reestablish the stabilized slope and surfaces. And then the work on the home would begin once that area is stable.
Mr. Healy, what email address did
I'd
you
be
send
happy to
me
take
the
any
updated
questions from the
plans?
commissioners at this point.
I noticed that you have a riprap down near the base of the retaining wall. Are you planning on keeping riprap there based on wake energy that we're seeing in the on the lake?
Our intention would not be to disturb the shoreline. So the homeowners do have a dock, which is out of the water seasonally, that will be replaced.
Okay.
So they do have access to the water from the dock.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, seeing a riprap here, are they planning on once this wall gets taken down, are they going to put fresh riprap back up and do a riprap there? Is that the intention? Do we have the homeowner on the line?
That's a good question, Mr. Chair. So our intention was to leave the rocks, you can classify them as riprap if you wish, along the shoreline to protect the wall.
Yeah. I'm just curious if we're planning on keeping them or.
This is Rich Palecchio.
Hi, Rich.
Hi, how are you? Thank you
Good.
thank you for this evening, and apologies accepted, and understand that things happen. So thank you.
Yeah.
So I don't know the term riprap. I apologize for my ignorance on that.
Yeah, riprap is basically like what they do at the basically what you got there is kind of a hard armor, and people are doing it now because we've got so many boats, and the energy with the waves is starting to smash people's walls apart. So they're doing this kind of sort of tight bundle of rocks up against their walls so that when the wave energy hits it, it dissipates that wave and breaks it up. And I just happen to notice it with your wall there. So I'm just wondering if with the new wall going in, if you're going to continue with that rock along the base of your wall to try to just keep your wall intact, seeing how you're doing a new wall.
I would defer to your recommendation, but as you described it, we would probably want to do that for the purposes of what it's done so far. So the answer would be yes, unless there was an issue with the commission that would tell me otherwise.
I would keep it there if I don't have a house on the lake, but if I did, I would definitely do a riprap.
Okay.
Okay. I would just keep the stone that you got there, and then once the wall's done, if you kind of wanted to tighten it up a little bit, that would be good.
It gives you something to do every year, picking up the stones and moving them closer to the rock, the wall.
Have a riprap party, have the kid, have the cousins over, and you put the stones back.
That sounds like a good plan. I think I'll have plenty to do based on what I've been told already, but I will add that to my honey-do list.
Yeah, there you go. The rock is, the wall is a few feet out of the mean high water mark, so you're not going to need a Chapter 91 license to do the work, which is good, but you will need a chapter 91, well, excuse me, chapter 91 permit for the wall, but you will need a license for your dock. And we can roll that up into this permit. Just so you know, so that we get your license, your dock licensed.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that only because my wife is traveling for business with respect to any existing license.
We can,
So-
yeah, we can check, we can circle back around with you, because once we've
Okay.
done this piece, you've got, your permit is good for, on this project is good for 3 years. So, you know, we can get this project permitted, and then Mary can, you know, we can check back with you and, you know, say 30 days or whatever. And we can start that permitting process for your dock to make sure your dock is licensed.
Okay,
And then get you through
understood.
the state. So.
Mr. Chair, if I may, you were saying
Yeah.
you could roll that into this process. Does that mean that with tonight's hearing, you could make the appropriate finding to allow us to go forward with the licensing?
No, because we don't have a dock, we don't have any dock sketches. You need to do the dock sketching. We need to know where it's located, how big it is, and if it's got a jet ski lift, and that's gotta be factored in and whatnot. But if you sketch that all out, and then we need that side, remember we were talking about in the previous, filing, we were talking about that side bathymetry, you know, just a sketch of the, you know, how deep, you know, the water is at the end of the dock. I don't know what his dock configuration is. So you'd probably want to talk with Rick about, you know, about that. And
If-
then, you know, if you get that to us, then we can do an amendment on this.
If you're unsure of what we're telling you, there's a guide to the chapter 91 application online that you can look at, and it shows you the graphics that you're expected to do. And it's pretty straightforward, pretty simple.
Yeah. We recommend it to people when they have a notice of intent open, because it saves them money from having to do another filing. So if you've got a filing already open, we tell people, do your filing now, because you already got an open filing, so you might as well just license your dock now. That way you're not doing 2 filings and paying extra money. So that's why we're starting to see whenever there's an open NOI, we ask people, do your filing for your dock now. That way you don't have to do another filing and go through the whole baloney, you know, with coming back to us with for another meeting. So you might as well just do it, you know, while you get a permit open. So.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one comment or one question.
Yeah.
In the pictures of the wall.
Yep.
We were looking at the stone at the base of the wall. I noticed in a couple of places right there, for instance, it looks like a 6x6 beam on the top. And in another picture, there is not like there. When you restabilize the lawn, the grass area after you're done with the wall, we ask that the surface of the ground be 3 to 6 inches lower than the top of the wall, so that there's no water running down and running right over the wall. So that's just a matter of raking it out to the right way when you get to that point.
That's reasonable, and they would intend to do that to comply with the commission's preference.
I had a question. I had a question about runoff on this side of the house. It looks like there's like a channel that's been built up.
That's a nice little luge, huh?
And there's a pipe there. And then if you follow it down, it seems like, and I'm not sure that it's even working anymore. I saw that it looks like there's a pipe that's heading up vertical at the base of the wall. Did you look at the status of that pipe when you were on the site?
We did take a look at it on Saturday, and we think we should address that when we reconstruct the wall. There are 2 roof drains that come down, which we intend to tie into the drywell if they're not already. And that would, you know, take away some of the runoff that's going directly out to the lake.
Okay, so this whatever this pipe is, you guys would get rid of. And
yeah.
So did we, Mary, did we get the updated plan in the narrative?
Well, that's what I'm confused about. What email address did you send it from, Mr. Healy?
I sent that today to your town hall address because I had hard copies ready to give the commission on Saturday.
Oh, right. Okay,
If you didn't get that, please let me know and I'll resend it.
all right, let me just check my email here. I'm sorry, I would be showing them. I should be showing those ones. And it was from the Patrick Healy email or from a different email?
Yes, from Patrick Healy.
Oh, there we go. It was in the, I'm sorry. We can look at these. I did not get a chance to review this, obviously. But we can look at the plans.
That particular sheet hasn't changed much, but if we look at the next one, you can see on that particular sheet, we turned on the layer with the sidewalk that was missing.
Okay.
Mr.
So
Chair,
here
I-
we've added the impervious calculation at the bottom of the sheet. And right next to the Thompson Lista name, see impervious calculations. And then we changed those two notes that I mentioned about removing and replacing the existing stone wall at the waterfront. And then the note inside the house showing proposed house to replace existing within the same footprint. And then that hatched area on the south side of the house shows where the second floor would extend over where that sort of basement room with a concrete patio is existing today.
On this area towards the lake, Patrick, it's said to be mulched. What is the grade like there? Because I'm not seeing grades.
It's on the next sheet, Mr. Chairman. The
Is it
grading
gonna-
plan is the next page.
Is it gonna be slightly, all right, so it's less sloped.
It's a 3-to-1 slope in
Okay,
its finished condition.
It'll end up being a little steeper than this one though, right? Or,
It'll be a little bit steeper than what you see there, yes.
all right, because with putting mulch there, even the 3 to 6 inch gap, that kind of putting mulch there, that could be, we get a nasty rainstorm, that could be a kind of a nightmare.
So if I could just add, those letters with the circles are shrubs and ground covers that are proposed to be planted.
Okay.
You know, if the desire is to have more of a ground cover look, we can switch out a couple of those species to maybe some vinca or a different species of juniper that would spread more across the slope. You
No
know,
vinca.
ultimately, the homeowner would like a low maintenance landscape. So, you know, that's what we're trying to give them.
Ground juniper is good because it kind of just does its little carpet thing, which is nice. You know, maybe some, you know, obviously lower shrubs that kind of brush out, but you know, just with mulch, I'd just be, you know, you just want to be careful with over mulching. You know, if you've got a landscape company, Rick, you just want to watch out that they over mulch sometimes. And you don't want that stuff spilling over into the lake. We've seen that on so many projects.
Wonderful.
Especially with a 3-to-1 slope going up a little bit more. You'd be surprised at how quickly that stuff can slide.
And maybe it makes sense to clarify here that the 3 to 6 inch gap is after the mulch is down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not before.
Yeah. Did I hear Karen or Robin? Did you have something to?
I had some questions.
Okay.
I guess I'm going to go back to some of the first statements that were made. I was looking at this plan as an addition. And I think it was said that the foundation was found to be not stable. So you're actually you're actually demoing the whole house and replacing the foundation, is that correct?
Al, do you want to take that question?
Yeah. The findings that we found so far is that due to the water damage that occurred in February when the house flooded, the foundation was exposed to frosting and has blown out of the foundation.
I'm not able to hear what he's saying, unfortunately.
Albert, we can't hear you.
Is that better?
Oh, yeah, much better.
Hi, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So in February, the house suffered a major water freeze up, and many structural areas were damaged. We had to do a structural investigation into the entire foundation to see how we would be able to build back on it. And we discovered that it was built on block, and the block has two issues to it. Number one, the blocks were never structurally built. They're not filled with cement or steel. And the second is there is no foundation or footing underneath the blocks in any area that we have discovered. So you have a hollow block wall that has been fractured by water damage. The house is unstable as it is. The whole inside of the house has already been remediated because it was infested with mold. And when the mold was tested by the hygienist, it was found that the house was full of asbestos. So they're all sheetrock, all pipes. The entire interior of that house has already been removed, and clean air certifications already been achieved and so forth. And I have done all work in conjunction with Ted at the building department. So he's fully aware of what we have found. I've already discussed with Mr. Ted that we will be considering having to remove much of the structure to get to a new foundation. And he's had no objections to that. He said, I would give you a building permit to build back in the same location. And I actually met with him this morning by phone to remind him, and we're submitting building plans to that effect, probably tomorrow or the next day.
My concern, thank you for that explanation. My concern isn't, why you're doing what you're doing. When I was reviewing the plan, I didn't understand that as part of the intent. I don't see where that's being told to me, but I also looked over the plan that was dated 5/20/22. So well, that's what this one is.
Well, what happened was, if I can just grab this for a minute, is in the beginning, there was no intention to remove the foundation. We were going to be keeping the infrastructure and only removing what we needed to alter. The home is going from a summer cottage to a permanent home for the family Pellecchio. And they wanted to upgrade the house and expand the second floor to a more livable condition. It only had 2 bedrooms upstairs within the eaves line. And it was in that investigation, after the filing was commenced, that we discovered that it was an unsafe structural status. And even though I'm an engineer, I brought the structural engineers in to peer review it, and we ran tests all around the perimeter, and it was then deemed to be unsafe. So that's where the confusion, it was in the timing of the filing.
Okay, so I'm going to continue with questions. Now I understand that you're replacing the home, but I would think that the plans would need to be revised to explain that, I guess, in better detail, or does the revised plan identify that as taking place?
Well, 2 things. One is we had all of the notes and plans with us at the meeting for the walkthrough on Saturday, which didn't occur.
Okay.
And so Mr. Pellecchio, myself, and Mr. Healy were there for 3 hours waiting for the meeting. So out of fairness, we did bring everything with us, including the revised footnotes. And I discussed this at length with the building department, and they said we should continue what we have filed and then file for the building permit as a separate issue. So we're sitting within the perimeter of what you're seeing. The only difference is that instead of it being a major removal electively, we're going to remove it structurally. Otherwise, we would
Okay.
have left some of the structure there. So actually, the footprint you're seeing is the footprint that would have been, and it's the footprint that's going to be. It's just going to be an upgraded new home with new insulation, electrical wiring, but it's not going to be torn down and new swimming pools and all kinds
I'm
of
sorry.
other
I'm sorry, go back to,
things
go back.
introduced. As-
I'm sorry, go back to that. You're saying it's not going to be torn down?
No, what I'm saying is that we're not altering the structure in its integrity or points of reference. We're going to keep the points of reference and come back in exactly the same location.
The only reason why I'm asking is because when you mentioned that there'd be a new foundations means that you're going to be digging, right?
No, actually, this is a combined foundation. We are intending to respect the neighbors and abutters. And if at any point we feel we can't introduce a new foundation, we're going to do helical piers as an alternate because you're sitting on rock. So we're going to, where we feel it's unsafe to excavate for the foundations because of the parameter of distances to neighbors, I will make those decisions of introducing different structural bearing points, which will bear on ground beams and helical I-beams. So the piers will then take away the risk of damaging abutting property or infilling from excavations and so forth.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about the, have you spoken with planning? Do you need any kind of zoning variance? I'm just.
No, I asked the building department about that. It's an existing condition. And as long as it's existing as structure, we would be allowed to build on the same parameter on the existing survey, as long as we don't exceed or increase the NCL of any condition on the site.
All right.
I'm going to continue. I have more questions if you don't mind.
Sure.
Sorry, Karen.
That's okay. I noticed that I think this might have been revised on the plan that I was looking at. Like there's notes that say walk, plant, or bituminous pavement, but I didn't see the outlines of it. You've since added those in.
Yeah.
Are those remaining in place, or is that also going to be removed?
I've got the pictures of the plan, so I can't see which is referring to.
So I apologize.
Sorry, I can't see the plan because of the pictures, but I think your question was about the bituminous surface in the
Right.
driveway. I
Yep,
think
so-
you had, Karen, was it you that had sent the pen notes that we saw, the questions?
Yes.
Okay, so the planters that are there are sleepers that have been basically just nailed in place. It's a very temporary situation, but as you can see from the pictures, the bituminous asphalt, as you can see in that left picture, which is being shown, is side to side, it's complete. So we would redo some of that surface area to potentially have to have some drainage in there, and then also where the truck is parked behind it, where the pressure treated sleepers are, we would do an arrangement with a paver walkway as opposed to a cement walkway. So we're actually reducing the total lot coverage of solid surface.
Okay, so is that what that's showing me, the site
If you look,
plan?
if
Okay.
you look at the calculation, which Patrick's got on the left of the Thompson Liston head, can you go down to the plan below that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you go down to the block there where you are now, you'll see notes the existing impervious is 3427. If you look at the bottom, that you end up with a net of 2746.
I appreciate that. But I think what I'm saying is I don't see enough information on the plan for me to have a general concept of what you're proposing. Like, for instance, I understand what you just said, but I'm actually not clear because it sounded like you're going to take the planter out, but I don't see anything on the plan where it tells me this planter is coming out and it's going to be replaced with X. I don't see that. And it's the same with the bituminous pavement. I just see the words bituminous pavement, but if I look at it from my trained eye, it looks like nothing's going to occur there, but I'm not sure that that's the case. I think I just don't understand the limits of what's being removed and what's being replaced. I'm absolutely not clear on that.
Pat, do you want to jump in and?
Yes,
And some
through
of
the
that-
chair, I believe that was in our scope of work where we said that the concrete steps and walks would be replaced in kind and location. Although,
Can you-
we
It's in the
don't- we don't
notes that
have
were
an-
submitted.
We don't have something pointing to it on the plan. I think it was in the words describing the work.
In this
If you'd like us to
project
add to
narrative
the
here,
plan, we can certainly do that.
Yes, please,
Yeah,
because
we
people
can do
don't
that.
walk around with narratives. People walk around with plans.
And I would point out that we do require an as-built. So that would be the state of the property at the completion of the job. So that's kind of one of the things that we normally require.
So, thank you, Fred. I have more questions if you don't mind. I noticed that there was a detail for a dry well, but I'm not sure I saw a dry well located on the plan.
Yes, through the chair, that's on sheet.
Okay,
4.
proposed, okay, thank you very
Yes.
much.
Do you have the capacity of that dry well listed anywhere?
they did a lovely drainage report.
All right.
I've taken into account the roof area that would contribute to it, and we've sized it as a 6-foot diameter, 4-foot high dry well with 12 inches of stone below it and around it.
Okay, then I'm gonna return to the wall at the water. And I think you said that you did make some edits since I looked at it. Initially, it said stone retaining wall to be repaired or reconstructed where necessary. Did you make a blanket statement that the whole wall is gonna be repaired or replaced?
Through the chair. Yes, we have reviewed the wall in more detail and found it to be structurally unsound. So we have to remove and replace the wall.
Okay,
As I was describing how we would go about that from the upland side without disturbing more of the bank.
was there a detail now for the remove and replace?
If I may just add one point to that, Karen, I think it's important to understand, I heard all the discussions from Joey about the, Mr. Chairman, you were asking about the questions about riprap, which I understand very well.
Yep.
The conditions on the site, the plan is that we will rebuild that wall in its present location.
Yep.
We'll break that down and use it as drainage behind the wall so as not to make for additional dust and sediment. And then most of that stone that's there does not get disturbed because we build in the existing line, so that riprap will remain in place. In fact, we probably add to it per your request, but that will be an undisturbed condition in our planning at least. We intend to go back on the exact same location. So I just wanted to add that clarity. I was listening to everybody speak earlier.
Okay.
And can I make a comment about the wall? One of the DEP comments, so it sounds like we will need to do the additional fee for the wall if you're replacing the whole thing. Does that make sense?
So through the chair, my understanding was if the wall touches a resource area, then the additional fees apply. But this is 3 to 4 feet removed from the boundary of the resource area. So I don't believe it warrants the additional fee.
The water's pretty low right now. That's my only comment.
We'd need to find out what the mean high water mark is there. And you could tell by I can tell by looking at the stone that there's a watermark there, but it's generally in this area, it's gonna be either 477 or generally about 480, so. And I think one of your shot spots, I think you had 477 or 478 right at the staircase.
May I offer for purposes of expediting this, that if a fee is required, we will address that.
Yeah.
I don't think that would be an issue, but I think the bigger picture is that we have a project ahead of us requires structural integrity from the wall and structural integrity for the building, and the fee would be less of a hurdle at this point for us.
Yeah, you're right, you're like right there. So, yeah, 478.
I think 478, Mr. Chair, is the ordinary high water. And that, that landing slightly above that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like right there, then, I mean, you're gonna end up being assessed that, but I mean, that's DEP, but I mean, if you look, if Mary goes there and she can see the ordinary high water mark, I mean, it's evident by looking at the staining on this, on the stones, then that's the evidence that, professionals use.
And if the additional fee is warranted, we'll forward that to the commission and to
Yeah.
DEP. I mean, that's fine. if
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
what you
that's just I mean, that's a minor technical thing. I mean,
Yeah, that's,
I mean, the
I
thing
would
is,
agree.
we're looking at, I mean, the project here, making sure that, everything is, working out everything here.
So it
So,
looks like they need a turbidity curtain, I would think, with
yes,
working
absolutely,
a little close to the water.
yes, turbidity curtain, absolutely. Where are, erosion controls,
Could I jump in for a second? Am I understanding correctly that these plans we are looking at, additions have been made to the plans? We're just not looking at those new additions here.
These are the new plans, Dan.
these are the
These
new
are the
plans,
plans.
Dan.
Yeah, at the beginning of the hearing, we were looking at the old ones, and then I found them in my email. And I'm
Okay,
sorry
because
about that.
one of the things I see is roof runoff is going to that dry well, but I don't see any calculations of what the square footage of a roof is and what the capacity of the dry well is. I mean, that's, that's something that should be on there. Does the dry well have the capacity to carry that roof?
Yeah, they did a separate document with all those calculations. It's not on the plan.
Okay, I just wasn't seeing that. Okay.
Yeah, I had the same thought.
Thanks, Fred.
Hey, I gotta be good for.
Yeah, but as to go back, Joey, unless there's something else I haven't seen, I see some things, the turbidity curtain,
Yeah, turbidity
stockpile,
curtain.
where's the spill kit, stockpile area, with anything of that nature, those things should be on there.
Yeah.
They did
Spill-
put the spill kit
spill
on there.
kits, yeah, right next to right next to 43.
Okay, I see it now.
Stockpile, you got a stockpile on here, Patrick?
No, Mr. Chairman, we don't have room on the site for a stockpile. It would have to be inside a truck.
Okay, probably, maybe somewhere in the driveway, probably. If you've got a dumpster on site, make sure it's gonna be in your conditions anyway, make sure it's covered. If it's a windy day, obviously, and then when you're, closed up for the day, make sure that that's, covered.
Mr. Chairman, that was in my sequence of work, so that will be part of the scope.
Fantastic. And then,
Mr. Chair, I think, I just want to reiterate, I
Yeah.
think getting that sequence or any notes that is, critical to the construction on the site, they need to be on the plan. Because I actually did not get to review this, but like I said before, people don't walk around with pieces of paper that tell them how to build. They walk around with the plans.
oh, yeah,
And those notes need to be on the plans. And the only other thing that I have to say, thank you for your time, but I just believe that we just need very clear and concise information on what's staying and what's going. That, what the planter is going, the planter's staying, the walk is staying, the bituminous is going. I think we just need clarity on what is staying in place and what is being removed. Thank you.
Mary, can you head back over to the other plan?
I had a comment on the erosion controls. I think you just have a straw wattle indicated, and we should have a silt fence here too.
Yeah, we need an orange silt fence. And then, trees,
We actually have a silt fence on site already. We've been using it just while clearing the house, and we would
Okay.
add the wrap in front of it. Just for your information,
Okay.
you can see it over there. We removed it because it was getting torn from the wind,
Okay.
but there's rolls of it sitting on the site. So we would just
All right.
reintroduce it.
all right,
So, and one more comment that I think is very important is that you touched on in the beginning that I would like to offer for information only, just to explain. There was that question about the water running down the one side of the property into the lake. There were many weep holes in that wall that are weeping out towards the lake. We will address all of that in the construction. So in fact, when we finish with the project, you'll actually have a far significantly better infiltration system than you have right now. Just for information, from our point of view, we've tried to, Patrick and myself have tried to really think about how to improve the situation from its present runoff.
I would say just add that to the plan so that it's understood that something.
We
is
will
gonna take
add
place.
that to the plans. We'll be glad to. I'm
you.
certainly hearing every one of your questions, and as we only got them late on, in fact, I only saw them on Saturday, so we really haven't had a chance to turn them around, but we can certainly add those to the plans. I think they're all very reasonable and within the meets and bounds of what we're thinking, Karen. So we'll address
Thank you.
those and add them for you.
All right, I appreciate it.
If I
You're
could just,
welcome.
if I could just make one comment for purposes of history. My wife's family has been on Lake Webster for decades. So while you might see a new name on all of these documents, the family's been there forever. So there's an added paying of attention to what the integrity of that lake has been over the years and how her family's enjoyed it. So, you know, we understand what you said and respect that. And I just want you to know that we come from, my wife's family's been there for years. So we have a sensitivity to the preservation of the lake and the quality of the water and the lifestyle there. So I just wanted to mention that. And again, thank you for your time. So
we appreciate it. We
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
So, with regard to the plans, Patrick, probably it would make probably good sense to, if you're able to, maybe what is coming in and what's being changed, maybe use a different color, maybe red. You know, some engineers use red, some use green, you know, maybe a color variation so we can see exactly what's new and what is coming out, what's changing in the actual plan.
So I think, Mr. Chair, you know, pretty much all of the elements that you see on the plan today will be there at completion, but the surfaces may be switched out over time. We talked
Okay.
about the retaining wall at the waterfront that will be removed and replaced in the same location. The only real changes that you see are what we're showing is the expansion of the patio, the additional short retaining wall at the edge of that patio, switching up the surface to be less impervious, and removing and replacing the walks on the north side of the building. The driveway remains in place. The only change would be installing the drywell and then patching and repaving that area. So at completion, the picture will look very much like it looks today.
Okay. All right, then, commissioners, do we have anything else with this? Michelle?
I'd like to see the tree by the water replaced somewhere close. Right, we're removing the tree that's closest to the water.
I'll wait the installation of the tree there.
Yeah, that one's going.
Provides shade.
Actually, if I might, we looked at that tree. Sorry, I'm muted. Actually, if I might, we looked at those trees on Saturday, and I think it's Mr. Pellecchio's decision, but he'd prefer to keep the tree that's closer to the building that provides more shade to the property. And we'll call in an arborist to selectively prune that tree to minimize any damage that's caused by expanding the patio surface closer to it.
Right. And,
Right.
I would probably get some orange, probably some orange construction netting and just net it so that it doesn't get hit by any machines, so
Yeah.
it's preserved.
I do have a detail for tree protection,
Awesome.
for the initial construction. That would have to be tightened up as the patio is constructed closer to the tree.
All right.
But Joey, it's lovely that the tree closest to the house provides more shade to hang around in the yard.
Yeah.
Don't you think the tree closest to the water provides more habitat enrichment to the lake?
It does provide more ecosystem services, yes. On the opposite side, Rick, didn't I see a small, sort of a smaller tree on the opposite side of your property near a shed? Is that your tree? No, further
Further
Mary.
down.
right near the water, further down, Mary?
I honestly don't know if that's on our property or the property next door.
Further, that little guy right there.
Yeah,
No,
you know
no,
what?
no, Mary, over a little bit.
That particular one is over the property line.
That tree at the front is only rooted partially on Rick's property, and the tree's massing is actually on the abutters, like right across the face of their property.
Okay, so are
It's
you
actually-
guys,
That's
you
the
guys
truth
gonna
of
try
that
to,
tree.
you guys gonna try to save that, or?
Which tree are we talking about? I
The
apologize.
one closest to the water.
This little tree right here?
Oh, that tree.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
Oh,
that's,
that's actually just a weed.
yeah,
I don't think
Yeah.
that's a tree.
it's a
You're
bad
on,
weed.
you're on the opposite side, Mr. Chairman, you're on the opposite side of the property at this
Well,
time. And I think that's,
That actually looks like a small, hemlock.
if it is a tree and it can be saved, we certainly will.
I would just, yeah, I
we'll
would dig that up.
Bag it
and
up
plant
and put it back.
Yeah, put it somewhere,
Yeah,
but
we can do that.
But perhaps some, maybe a couple of shrubs or something down closer to the water, or a smaller tree down towards the water.
Well, that's in the planting plan, which is prepared by Mr. Healy. It's on there. We're showing shrubs. And then it was my suggestion to do some ground cover to avoid the problem that you were discussing with the mulch, because mulch is so unstable when it's, it's washed, that we think we'll plant aggressively with a juniper or a vinco or something that will stabilize that entire area completely and take away from the landscaping problem of having to blow and clean, because it will just, nature will take care of it.
Well, just the commissioner was, raising concern of the tree that's closest to the water, providing shade for the water.
If you could
smaller
look at this bottom picture, the one looking down the
Smaller tree.
stairs.
Yeah.
And you see the right tree there, that one. You can see that tree is actually semi on Mr. Pellecchio's property, and the body of that tree is actually blocking the view of the neighbor.
Okay,
So that's the tree that I believe is under discussion of whether it should stay or go. That tree is sitting across their fence. In fact, I think it's breaching some of that.
Is it a healthy tree?
I'm not an arborist, so I'm not going to touch it, to be honest with you. I think it's unstable is what I would say, simply after 40 years in the field. But an arborist could make that call more effectively. You want to?
so perhaps we can,
I don't understand why we're taking down the tree if it's healthy and not in the way. And if we are taking it down, it would be nice to have another tree that provides the same qualities as that tree. I mean, if it's a healthy tree and not in the way of construction, why is it coming down, and does that fall into our tree policy?
Well, Michelle, if I could say this to you, is the tree that you're seeing on the left of that picture is almost insignificant in the massing there. The right tree is forming most of that massing on the site. So your question is a good one. And if it could be left as a stable condition, I think what we would probably do is bring an arborist just to clean it and clean up the conditions on the site.
Yep.
And I would just offer that in the past and how we've conducted ourselves, my wife's family with the neighbor, it's a consultation with them as well, because, you know, over time, I've heard some comments about overgrowth from that tree because of where it is so close in proximity to our neighbors. So I will be candid with you that we would want to have that discussion with them, because, you know, they've kind of mentioned it in passing, that sometimes it's in the way, but I'll just leave it there. And I will say this too, we will replace like for like with the tree if we need to.
Okay. Well, see, I don't expect you to replace like for like. That's a very big tree and would cost you a ton of money. And it would be very difficult to plant it in a location near there.
We've got it here. I mean, Rick is looking to, I mean, he's looking to replace, you know, he's gonna buy you know, 4-foot caliper tree. So, I mean,
You might have to sell the house to do
Rick
that.
from Norway.
I will retract that statement.
The important point I want to make is that as a commission, if the tree if it's in your way and that's why you want to cut it down, we don't give a lot of weight to that, because we're trying to keep trees around the lake, which is, you know, a Herculean task. So I understand you want to keep peace in the neighborhood, but from a vista perspective, we'd suggest pruning, you know, some nice pruning so it looks good and still does what it's supposed to do. And I'll leave it at that.
Oh. We appreciate it. Your flexibility, Rick, and of course, you know, we can work with you on a planting plan. You know, but we can see what the arborist has to say. All right, so commissioners, anything else with 90 Bates Point Road? All right, Mary, we have DEP number for this, correct?
We do, yeah. I just feel like I haven't had a chance to read the construction sequence and stuff, but other than that, I think things look pretty good. Well, the plans need the just the color coding for proposed and existing and et cetera.
Okay, but I don't think that that's, I mean, we shouldn't hold them up for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so pending that, we'll get that from you. I'm gonna open it up for the public. Any abutters for 90 Bates Point Road with any comments? All right, hearing no comments from the public for 90 Bates Point Road, do I have a motion from the commission to close the public hearing for 90 Bates Point Road?
I motion we close the public hearing for 90 Bates Point Road.
All right, Robin, the first, do we have a second?
A second.
All right, Dan with the second.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Bartholomew,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. Motion to issue order of conditions for 90 Bates Point Road.
Thank you so much, Commission. Appreciate it.
I'll make
Joey,
the
I'm,
motion
to be honest, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable because I do feel like we're reviewing this on the fly. No, I'm sorry, I just need to say it before we vote on this.
Well, what more information do you want?
I want time to look at the plan, right? We're all squinting at the plan on our computers trying to read the updates. And I'm just concerned that we've missed something because we don't usually work this way. So I just wanted to put that out there and then.
If we, postpone till the next meeting and have the all those revisions in place, I don't think there's a problem. I'm sort of along with Michelle, where to me, it feels like the magnitude of the revisions is significant enough that I would prefer to see them in place.
If I could just add a comment, if I may, and I do appreciate your indulgence in listening to us. And again, I don't understand all the technical terms that have been used tonight or all of the work that's been done by both Mr. Healy and Mr. Mendelson, but from our standpoint too, as the homeowners there, we have been also addressing behind the scenes the issues around the freeze and all that's associated with that. I think in good faith, you've heard what we've said about what we're looking to do and agreement to all that's been proposed. And to me, it just sounds like a matter of formality. And I do understand that not everyone has had a chance to look at all of the plans in the great detail, but that was a bit of a circumstance that was necessarily in the control of us, the homeowners, or Mr. Healy or Mr. Mendelson, and it is what it is. But whatever we could do to move forward for us versus a delay to another meeting would be hugely appreciated by my wife and I, as to all of the delays that you've not been privy to that have been a result of an insurance loss. So we're honestly going to do what you've asked us to do. I think we're people of integrity, that we've always handled ourselves that way. It's been a family-owned property for many years, many decades. And whatever we could do to expedite this, that we could move forward. We certainly don't want anybody squinting, but those plans had been available at the time that we were asked to provide them. And I would just ask your indulgence to have this approved so we can move forward and get started with what we need to do. This is our only property that we own. We're actually currently renting right now. So moving forward on an owned property, get approval versus a 2 or 3 week delay would be greatly appreciated.
Commissioners.
I think I'm with the with the owner. That's my view. I agree. We could do it tonight.
All right, well, I closed out the public hearing, so, I mean, we can, move forward with a vote, and if folks don't feel comfortable, I mean, you can obviously not vote.
Do you mind if I ask Rick a question?
Sure, go right ahead.
How are you doing in terms of your like building permit and things of that nature and architectural plans? Are they fast tracking, or you waiting a month before you see anything?
As I understand, we're ready to go as far as architectural plans. And again, those are the technical aspects that I'll defer to the professionals, but architectural plans are ready to go. I believe the building permits, from the discussions that Mr. Mendelson has had with whomever within the town, has been verbally approved and ready to go. Just to give you a brief background, once we knew that we had this issue with the freeze and with the integrity of the wall, my wife and I had one of those oh crap moments where you're sitting there going, well, we really can't do a build on top of a bad foundation. Everybody loses in that. And I think some of the folks within the town have been aware of and seen before these blocks that are not solid cinder blocks and no footings and so forth. So we wanted to ramp things up, quite honestly, and be as prepared as we could so we wouldn't lose any more time. And honestly, that plays to both, ourselves and also in respect to the commission, because having listened to the prior discussions, you all have a lot on your plate. So, the professionals here, both Al and Mr. Al Mendelson and Patrick Healy, knew that we needed to have as much ready for you all to look at and be prepared. And that is really what we've tried to do. But the plans are there and ready to go. And I think the building permits are also ready to go. And I'll defer to Mr. Mendelson and Mr. Healy on that.
Did you have a contractor already lined up?
I'm a licensed builder.
So
So
you
I'm
have
going to
somebody
be I'm going to be managing the whole process. So if there's any concerns afterwards, you can contact me. I'm the applicant on the documentation. You have my phone number and my address on there. And for the record, Ted Tetrault and I have been speaking since November last year when I was first retained by the Pellecchios. I've been building for 40 years, just to give you an idea of my background. I hold all licenses myself and insurance and everything else that is required. So at first I went to see him when we had the thoughts of renovating the house. So right at the beginning, we discussed zoning and requirements and what he would need. And then in November, we had the unfortunate situation that the house had a massive freeze-up. I then again went to see Ted, and he was nice enough to guide us. We've done nothing without the input of the building department, and actually have been and spoken to conservation about what was required for these filings, and then ultimately retained Thompson Liston as our engineers, who also are familiar with the town and have a great deal of experience. So I think everything Mr. Pellecchio just said is true. And if I can vouch, having worked with the family now for better part of a year, is that they're sitting in a situation of a rented home and they want to come home. If I can use that subjective term, this is their home that they're coming home to. And specifically, Susan grew up on that lake and in that home, and wants to come back there as soon as possible. So the pressure that we're faced with is really the schedule of getting the construction done as soon as possible. That's the key. And, you know, these conditions of additional items that you folks want on the plans, I think would appear on the plans before any construction would commence, because I don't think we'd have the building permit on time. But I think there's a lot of logic here and parallel lines that are running, because we have not submitted for approval yet. We have not had the reviews with the building department and everybody else. We'd like to file those now. And they have up to 30 days to review them. So we're going to have all of that proceed anyway, in conjunction with the normal filing of a building permit and having it approved. And during that time, you folks would receive the plans with the notations that you've requested.
Well, if you have 30 days, you know, for the approvals that you're saying, if we delayed 2 weeks, that's, you know, not even halfway of you getting to where you need to be in terms of a building permit, but it gives us the revised plans. Believe me, everybody that has been speaking tonight has been above board, accommodating, genuinely honest.
Yeah, but Karen, it's 2 weeks, and then they have to wait 10 days.
Correct.
Because there's a hold on there's a state hold on that. They can't.
And on top of that,
do anything. So now you're looking at a month. There's a month.
it's another month you're adding by doing this, which is what I think. Thank you for saying that, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to add this is the 30-day state allowed review time. As I've been so upfront with Mr. Tetrault through the whole process, at the point of the loss, and then again at the point of, you know, finding the structural issues, I went to him and said, you know, I've built thousands of units. This is not new for me. So I went to him immediately and said, look, we have a dilemma here. This structure has failed. And what do we do about this? Are we now in a situation we have to start from scratch? He was incredibly accommodating and said that this is not new to him. He's dealt with this in other occasions before and gave me the roadmap. So the state has the right to hold you up for 30 days. During COVID, we saw that happening. I did not expect that from Mr. Tetrault. I spoke to him today. He said, no, just send me the building plans. We're ready to do the review and get this to the different departments for you. So you guys, we know you're chomping at the bit to get going. So I use that word 30 days cautiously, Karen, because it's a proviso offered by the state of Massachusetts.
Mr. Mendelson, are you also the engineer? I'm just wondering.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Are you the engineer also?
The engineer of record is Mr. Healy.
Okay.
And then the
That
structural
being
engineer
said-
of record is going to be Birkin Engineering, and the architect of record is Yefim Razarski. He's
Okay.
all registered engineers and architects through the whole process. I do peer reviews. I don't build something that I'm stamping.
Okay.
Okay.
It's great that you're working well with Ted. However, we're really two different things, and we're more interested in wetlands protection. And I feel that you've done your part to make sure we need that. And I don't see why we need to delay for 2 weeks either.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I thank you, Mr. Mendelson. I think we are close to finishing up here tonight. I'd like to say a couple of things. One, if the commission votes to continue this until we have all those revisions added to the plans, that would not be an unusual situation. It's very seldom someone comes before us and gets approved the first time up because of that very thing. We find things that we want to see in the plans and so on. And the second thing is, what we approve is, if we approve something, we're approving what's before us at the time we approved it. And we don't approve things like, it's going to be like this with these other things that we're going to add on to it later. I mean, that's because we're responsible. We don't approve concepts or additions. We approve the final plan. And right now, it looks like there's some, as somebody said, significant revisions or additions that need to be made. So and I'm saying this because I hope you understand that the commission has an obligation to approve everything that you want, but we have to see it all. You know, it's like I say, we don't normally approve something that has some other things that are going to become added after we approve it. And for good reason, you can understand that.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't say you would do it, but there are people who then those additions would never get made, or they'd be different, you know.
And if there are changes, obviously you run into something, obviously you come back to us and we do an amendment to the
if something changes later on, that's not a problem. It's you know, it's what gets approved initially is the complete plan. So in order to wrap this up, I think I have to make the motion that we continue it till next meeting, until you have all those additions and we have a complete set of plans that have all that information on them.
All right, so that's 3 commissioners that we've got that are looking at a continuance to make sure that everything is weighed for formality reasons and to make sure that we got the correct set of plans and nothing is missed. So
Can I just, before you vote on those, can I ask a question?
Sure.
The question is this: if we were to submit those changed plans to you as the chairman prior to the next meeting, as a condition of being approved, would you accept that? So in other words, instead of continuing this, you approve it conditional on us submitting the plan with all the points that Michelle and Karen have asked for on the plans, and we submit those to you in advance as soon as they're ready, which I think will just be a couple of days. And then we can continue to submit the building plans for permitting, which still gives everybody the opportunity to review them there. Would that be something you would consider?
I mean, that's completely up to, I mean, I'm one person, that's up to the board.
I think what you're asking is to approve what I just said is difficult for us to do, but approve something that's incomplete with the promise that it will be complete, you know, next week or whenever.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's not an effect. That's kind of not the way the legal aspect.
Can I make a comment here?
Mr.
You
Chair,
guys
could I
can
just
go ahead.
ask a couple of questions, please?
What's that?
Go ahead, Mary.
I was just gonna say, you guys can go ahead and certainly start your building permit process. In my experience, it only takes a week or two. So I think that you could certainly start that. I mean, the commission has to decide whether or not to continue.
I have a quick question. I'm really not understanding what's missing, except for putting words on a plan and making that plan complete. But what is technically missing that needs to be added, if I may?
I think it was, through the conversation tonight, we had a number of things that the commission thought should be added to the plan to make, in some cases, to clarify what exactly is going to happen, and in some cases to add things that are not on there now, but that you said will be things that happen.
What are those things, though?
I didn't keep a list of what those things are.
Oh, okay.
So
my first rodeo here, so I apologize.
Yeah, I personally didn't write them down. I'm sure
Okay,
somebody
so-
else must have.
When you
May I intervene at this point? I'd like Patrick Healy to answer that question, please.
Go ahead.
If you would.
Patrick.
So, Mr. Chair, as I understand it, several of the things that you mentioned would be in the order of conditions that we could be directed to do and to revise on the plan that don't necessarily require further plan review. One of which is adding the 4-inch gap at the top of the retaining wall, which I believe is on our detail already, but you want to make it clear that that's the height above the mulch. It's a simple note to add to the plan.
Yep.
You asked that we revise the plans, Karen, to show the sequence of work in the plan set. Simply taking the document we've already submitted and adding the plan sheet. You already have the information. Fred mentioned that an as-built plan is required. This is a typical condition of approval. You've asked that we add a turbidity curtain. Again, I think that can be a condition of approval. It's nothing new to either you or us. We all know what's involved. Mary asked that we add a silt fence to the detail of the sedimentation control barrier. We all understand what that is. It's a simple change to the detail. And then Karen asked that we clarify on the plan what is to be removed and replaced. I believe we've already covered that in text. So it's simply adding the sequence into the plan set and adding some notes along the north side of the property to clarify the scope of work. I don't see anything that can't be handled as in order of condition or conditions of approval. Unless I'm wrong and I did something, that's what's on my list.
I think there was a discussion of the tree as well from Michelle.
The tree that is to remain, you know, the tree that's definitely remaining, and then of course, if the secondary tree that is going to, you know, obviously, Rick, if you decide that, you know, the other tree is going to be yanked, a location for the secondary tree, you know, I would find a place in the, you know, on the property where, you know, you'd be putting that in. That was sort of a question that was kind of, you weren't sure what was going to be happening with that. But, you know, obviously you see where we were going with that, closer to the water.
Yes.
But obviously not too close to your retaining wall, because you don't want 20 years from now, those roots pushing out your retaining wall.
Understood.
So, you know, that's important. And that's, you know, that brings up another discussion too. You want to make sure that all the earthwork that's being done, you know, that tree that you're planning on saving, you know, you definitely want to make sure that at least about 10 feet out, you know, the construction equipment, when they're digging, you know, somehow try to not dig too much of the roots there, because you don't want to damage the root ball of that, because you end up with a dead tree that you're going to end up having to get, you know, someone in there later on to take out. So that's important to think about.
So I believe, Mr. Chair, we covered that on our tree protection detail.
Okay.
So on your previous question about the tree to remain versus be replaced, I may suggest that you make it a condition of approval that the tree remain.
Yeah.
If the Palacios decide in the future to remove the tree, to come back with an amendment to the commission.
Mr. Chair, I do want to say that I didn't have an opportunity to read the construction sequence, so
Yeah.
you know, there may be edits there. I'm not going to say that there is or there isn't. I just
Yeah.
want to be upfront and say that I didn't read it.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's,
And
you
in
know,
all honesty, we just got the revisions on the fly in the meeting, and we have never, ever gone through a revised plan like this in one shot and approved it the same night, because normally we wouldn't have even looked at the new plan.
yeah.
Saturday, whether it was handed to us on Saturday on paper or not. I mean, we're asking the commission to, on the fly, check everything that changed and be okay with it. And
Yeah,
it makes
it's-
me very uncomfortable.
All right, so as Mary stated, you can start obviously that building sequence with the town and the building department. And then we're gonna have to continue so that the board can review everything and then
Yeah.
make sure that we have any questions in the interim. We will filter them to Patrick and to Al and make sure that we get that information so that the next meeting, Rick, we can just get you right through.
Okay, can we keep going?
Commissioners, does it
I
sound-
think, I think I made that motion to continue already, so.
Dan's got the
not-
first on that. Who's got the second?
I'll second.
Ms. Cirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Oh,
was that a no?
yes, it's a no.
Okay. Ms. Bartholomew,
Yes.
Mr. Bach,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, gentlemen, have a good evening. If you need anything, please contact Mary. And we'll see you on the 23rd. All right, moving along, 14 Douglas Road. This is the Sajakowski project, replacement of a garage. I believe this was Mr. Kravosky representing these folks.
Yes.
yeah, I need to read the notice again.
Yeah, and Dan's got the notice.
In accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public hearing is being held on a notice of intent. Excuse me. Filed by Bernard and Geraldine Jakowski for the replacement of a garage at 14 Douglas Road in Webster, Mass. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dan. All right, Glenn, how are you?
Everything's good. The meeting took long enough that I just watched the entire sequence of a wood turtle making the nest, digging it, and now laying the egg. So here we go. 2.5 hours.
That goes to my point. You have to consolidate.
Hey, you know, it's, you know, you win some.
The rare
you lose
species.
some.
We have a rare species collection pit. We created the nesting habitat and they nest, and we've hatched 131 so far off my property. And this is a
Oh.
big female right now laying. So I'll get going.
Wow.
Okay,
So
well,
the,
Glenn,
uh,
I just wanted to say, Glenn, if you can sit there watching a turtle doing something like that, I guess this meeting shouldn't bother you too much.
No. You know, it's a early June occurrence every year. We wait for the females to come in. This is the second lady that came into nest, and last year we hatched out 20. And it is important because we jumpstart just the wood turtle population in the French River and make sure that it's a healthy, rare species and that they have a place to nest. And then we screen it so that the skunks, raccoons, possums, and fox, human commensals do not dig up the nest. and then release them out of the covering in late August. And so that's all. We don't want to go on with it, but yes, it is through Rare Species Program that I do this work. So here we go.
Mr. Glenn Kravosky, right there. Your local.
There it is. We'll send you some photos of it. We'll send you some photos. So here is the garage, if I could, through the chairman, thank you. The existing garage of 27 by 22, we're asking to not get any closer to the resource area. So the back of the garage facing the wetland resource area is the same position. The garage from the 27 by 22 is being asked to expand it to 30, so 3 feet longer and 2 feet further towards the road. So now we're looking at 30 by 24. It was a cinder block garage, poor footings. We've been talking about footings quite a bit here. And we do appreciate Karen asking the question for the detail from the footing people. We did get additional documentation today from them describing the 4-foot frost wall below grade. We normally don't see inland. This is 40 feet inland of the wetland resource area, the BVW. But we did get a letter today, June 6th, from Woodstock Building Associates LLC. They came through quick for us, and we got a plain view plan that we sent over in this letter describing all footings are set 48 inches below grade and will meet frost protection according to Mass Code. Other details on the type of concrete, 3,000 pound concrete is standard. You can start here. And it's saw cut because we can't move this new structure any closer to the leach field, designed by Mr. Jim Malley, who passed away. So we are saw cutting a piece of the stamped concrete on the concrete adjacent to the house so that we can get the form man down in the hole with 3 feet to spare to both build the form and also to take the form off after the concrete's poured. Mary did ask, thank you, Ms. Overholt, did ask for the spill kit to be shown. We did go back to Summit Engineering, New England Land Survey. It's in the same building, same two different brothers. We have the spill kit on the plan. We have a stockpile. You're standing on the road facing the house. It's to the left-hand side. It's in a scalloped area on the new plan. I have it right here. And there was a question about a tracking pad at the road, but the work, any trucks leaving, it's all asphalt driveway. We're working from the garage to the road, and so we won't be on mud there, and we won't be tracking onto the road over the asphalt drive to the road. The structure itself is 40 feet off of the wetland. The zone, which is a policy zone, is 25, and obviously you have a policy zone of 50, which is in the middle of the existing garage. As I said a minute ago, this is 1 inch was 20 plan, and the structure is 40 feet off. And that's everything goes into a dumpster when they remove the existing garage. And then pouring, we don't expect any major stockpile because it is just a footing, going 4 feet subgrade, pouring, and then to build a new garage on it. There won't be any cutting on the for any material except for on the road side of the structure, so it can be swept up off the asphalt. And I believe I'm ready for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
I have a question, if you don't mind, Glenn.
I have no choice, so I don't mind. So
I mean, I only have one. I think you did a really good job on the plan.
Ask me if I mind it. I can't mind any time a commission member asks me a question.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, the plan looked really good information. My question was just about the excavation, because it looks like you're going to dig down at least 48 inches to get that footing in. Minimum 2 foot wide trench, minimum. So all the dirt that you're taking out, what are you doing with it?
I demonstrated stockpile area, and down gradient of it, we have erosion controls. It's on the left-hand side of the structure, the scalloped area, and it says stockpile.
And then what are you
any
gonna do
excess-
with that? Are you sticking it back in the hole? Or what are you doing with it?
We're gonna backfill the foundation, and any excess soil will be leaving the site.
Okay, that's all. All right, thank you.
I appreciate it, man.
Glenn, runoff from the garage, anything you plan with that?
It's, our garage it's grass behind it, it's a swimming pool behind it. It's gonna be the same conditions, except for 3 feet wider and 2 feet deeper towards the road. So it's a minimal, no, we did not plan on doing any. We had a leach field adjacent to us. We have behind us, we have sewer lines. See, we have water, but there's the lines from the house going. So there's really, well, it becomes difficult to infiltrate. And plus we're minimally increasing the size of the garage, and there's no erosion gullies or issues at the site now. It's generally flat behind the structure. We hope that one of the members did get there. Saturday, I was actually at a funeral for the SAD, so I didn't get to the site inspection. So I didn't ask Bernard how that site inspection.
You don't think it needs a Coltech?
So.
No, I wouldn't think so. I mean,
No.
the
Just kidding,
maybe
just kidding.
cubic feet of water to the whole system by the increase in the size.
And could I also add through the chairman, the regulations wouldn't call for it.
No.
So I have a couple of things, and I'm not going to ask Glenn if he's okay with it, because he's got to be okay.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Exactly, have to be.
You were on site. It was a lovely visit, a beautiful yard. And I did actually talk to the homeowner about some creative ways if he was concerned about his grass, which included if he wanted to add a stone apron at some point, or if he wanted to add a rain barrel and then use that water to water his plants. So we went over some creative things if he was interested in protecting the lawn. And then he said that he had some kind of drainage pipe coming from the driveway that he was going to take out, but I don't think I heard any mention of that. So I didn't know if it was in the plan.
That's the actual very first I've ever heard of that. And when I'm dealing with, who cares, 65 projects. My clients need to tell me everything. I tell them to tell me everything. And I did not hear anything about a drainage pipe. The only pipe that I'm aware of is that the well on the property is artesianing, and it's been artesianing since they lived here. So, which means that the pressure from that Sugarloaf Hill across the street, apparently they tapped into that ledge system. Obviously, it's a deep well, and we find it here now and then, not often, that a well, I have one on Federal Hill in Oxford, that just doesn't stop pushing water out. So he does have an artesianing well, pushing water out, and it does discharge to the rear of the swimming pool or to the wetland side of the swimming pool. And if I had the time, and I did mention it to Mary, I would have asked to allow me, but I don't have it on the plan, to create a refuge area for the brook, because it is constant groundwater discharge, 46 to 48 degrees. And it would be a refuge for anything that happens to live in the brook once we solve the LKQ problem. Because we can say one other thing, the LKQ problem and the Route 16 problem that happened before LKQ bought it has now filled what used to be a pond, of course, with other organics that come down the system, but I did auger into it, and it is silt. So what you see is on the plan, that large area that's called Brown Brook, that is a man-made pond filled in. It's filled in, and so we're hoping over time with LKQ straightening out their problem, because I was on the brook today with Mary, and there is a 1/4 inch of silt attached to the rocks on the Grenier property. But if you go above LKQ, the rocks are actually rock colored. There's nothing on them. So and I know that they're working on it. I won't bring up any more, but if there was any drain pipe that I'm aware of, it's the artesianing of the well, and no other. I didn't know that there was anything in the driveway that might be discharged into the rear. I never saw anything like that.
He was specific that there was a drain that catches the runoff from the driveway, and moves it closer to the wetland. And he said that was going to be removed because it wasn't working well anyway. And that's how he and I got into the conversation about put, some stone or something if it increased too much of the runoff, because he was removing this. But if that's not part of the plan, I don't want to cause trouble where there's none.
Well, yeah, he told me that too when I met him on site, and it is a driveway drain that I think he said it went all the way to the wetland, but I didn't see where it came out.
It comes out somewhere in that strip of mulch that you see in the middle picture there.
Oh, in his leaf pile.
Yeah, and there's a spot where you can see the mulch is kind of sunken down where the end of that pipe is.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if the pipe is totally functional, if I go through the chairman, if it, dang NABCAP clients about not telling me things. I'm serious. This is like malarkey. Because all I want to do is go through and say everything that needs to be said and be done and not hear about something like this at the last minute.
Right.
Continue the hearing if there's a problem with it. And that's the way I'll say it to the client. Because if there's something needs to be shown on the plan and if there's a detail, or if the pipe is totally defunct and hasn't been working, then we'll seal the pipe and then know that this is the way, because we don't want the runoff from the driveway to be pumped directly into the well.
Agreed.
So I'm ready for a continuance to address it. Thank you. If you give me a continuance.
Thank you.
You need a DEP number anyway.
So
I thought it came in, but if it didn't come in, that we've been getting quite a few. So my office didn't. I thought this was one of them. But if it didn't, thank you again. Please give me a continuance, and I will address this piping system. And again, whatever it is, we are not going to direct the water directly from this driveway into the wetland. And so however we address it, we will get the paperwork in front of you early enough so you can review it. And what that mean is generally 7 days prior to the hearing so that we can address it, so that you can review it before the meeting. And we're not going to drop this stuff in your lap a couple days before it.
Okay, the other half of that conversation, Glenn, was, okay, so now if you look at that bottom picture, the new garage is going to come over a little further. So what was he going to do about the runoff from the roof of the garage? So you can do both of those at one time, I guess.
Yeah.
Again, the regulation doesn't call for me to do anything with it. It's not 4 house lots or greater. So under the state wetland protection regulation, which we deal with, which we work with, and there is no bylaw in town, where this is not 4 house lots or greater, so it's not required.
So I have another, and this is more of a question because I was a little confused / interested. You know the pond that used to be there in the gentleman's yard? He said that when it rains really hard, there's actually water there. So is that like flood control? Compensatory storage? I don't understand.
Oh, it's not on the 100-year floodplain, but what might be the point about if water floods up in it? Yes, there is an old concrete dam. If you might have saw that at the end of the property, which I told the surveyor to put on the plan, which they didn't, but that was an old control structure. It has no, I would think, bearing. Any kind of fish can easily move up that system. It's very shallow. And sure, during heavy enough storm events, because of the restriction of the size of the outflow to that old structure, you would back water up into this area. But it still doesn't, it's not a 100-year flood. There's no detailed or non-detailed study on this Brown Brook. And this brook just made it into the perennial category, although it shows as intermittent, as the Greniers had 1.1 square miles draining to it. We did supply StreamStat with this project, and this is 1.2 square miles draining into it. So it triggers into the category that even as of 12/20/02, if it shows up as intermittent on USGS map, and you always, it also requires then on 12/20/02 to run StreamStat. When we run it, it comes up to over 1 square mile. Then it's presumed to be perennial, and that's why. But it's a pre-existing lot where you're allowed, and we went into the whole thing in the project description that this small addition on a pre-existing lot on an existing garage well, put it this way, we're well under the 5,000 square feet or 10% of the riverfront area that you're allowed to ask to alter. And so what we did was, we did the calcs, we revised with the engineer, and we show, and I'm just opening the whole plan, that we have it on the top right, that anyways, we're alteration between 100, that we're actually, because I told the guy, and I tell you, even to this, he says to me, less than 1%. I says, I don't want less than 1%. You run it down to the decimals and tell me what percent you are altering. And that's why you have 0.002% of alteration additional in the riverfront area, well under the 10%. That if you're at 10%, you're deemed that, if you go over 10, you're deemed you potentially are affecting significant wildlife habitat, but under 10 not. So we told them to put the right calc on here, and we're very minor with that alteration. 0.02. And in fact, he didn't put the riverfront area on the other side of the plan. So apparently, I guess I have to educate some engineers. Of course, they're not wetland consultants, but we do riverfront constantly, and we make sure, whether it's Natick yesterday or Framingham, we make sure, or the Chelsea River I'm working on. We'll make sure that the plan by the regulation 310 is meeting it. So I'm here to answer any questions you have. I'm also here to ask for a continuance because we don't have a file number, and I want to address this discharge and actually look at it. And I want to give my client a hard time as soon as I can.
All right, thanks, Glenn.
Oh, I feel sorry about giving Glenn such a gift.
Yeah, huh?
Right. That's my pleasure, is doing that. You know that, guys.
Yeah, we know.
Thank you.
No. All right, any other questions for Glenn on this project? All right, hearing no other questions, can we get a motion for a continuance on this project to June 23rd, please?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Fred and Michelle.
Ms. Cirillo.
Hey.
Ms. Cirillo.
Yes.
Dr. Jewell.
Yes.
Ms. Bartholomew.
Yes.
Mr. Bach.
Yes.
Mr. Duteau.
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes.
Well,
right,
thank you. We appreciate the board completely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All
I
right.
better go see. I want to go see if she's finished right now, though.
Well, you hurry up because we got you up next.
I know. Well, I know. Good thing this camera has a flash. I'm gonna let you know if you have 2 seconds. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Two
She's done.
seconds.
We don't have time for your baloney.
You 2 seconds.
She is actually finished. She's still down in the hole. She was laying eggs. This female would have 10 to 11 eggs, and she's still got her butt down there, still working on it. She hasn't started covering it over. 4.7 inches down is what they normally dig the thing. We know everything about these turtles.
That's
But anyways,
awesome.
have a good day.
That is a scientist right there. All right.
I don't know.
70 beats Point Road. Mr. Shakley and his team, I think, is on here. And Mr. Shakley, how you doing?
Hi, Julie. How are you doing?
Great.
I just want to say kudos to you and your patience in doing this. This is my 3rd night in this meeting. It's an amazing how you guys have the patience to do this. Just want to share with you today, I did see 80 patients. We took care of 2 cancers, took it out. We did diagnose, we did 3 biopsies. There are life saves, and I did it alone. No commission, no committees. I always tell my patients, all what we have is time. So spend it wisely, enjoy your family, enjoy yourself. It's, hug your family. This is all what we have. I love this spot. And actually, I am the last interventional radiologist who is working at Day Kimball Community Hospital here in a very remote area. People shy from coming to this part of the state. It's just far away from metropolitan and attractions and stuff. It is this lake and this view that kept me here and made me to work and gave me all the strength to take care of so many people. So I do appreciate you. I appreciate your time, and I hope I get approval from you today.
Thank you for that, and thank you for what you do. So I actually last week lost a relative to cancer, so
Oh,
thank you. So, all right, so we have 70 Bates Point Road here. I think this is our formal opening. So Dan, do you have a notice for this one?
No, this is a continuance that.
Okay, all right, so this is a continuance. So, Mary, do we have the plans here so that we can take a look at it?
Yeah, I'm just
Public,
looking at that. Just a second, let me share the plans. They submitted a lot of stuff to us.
we hired, based on your recommendation, Joey, the whole entire team. We hired Doug LaBelle. He has built many homes and very comfortable with the bylaws of the lake. We hired, HSNT Leslie. She's wonderful. She's worked with you. She knows. And Glenn is on our team, and including the landscaping. We have took all your recommendation from the last 2 meetings to heart. We applied it. We did everything we can. We are at a point where to move forward with this project, the architect need the parameters of the envelope of the house, so you can go ahead with the detailed plan. So then we'll go in front of LaBelle to move forward. So we have done as we went as far as we can go with at this stage to get your approval, so we can move to the next step.
okay.
I apologize. Glenn Kowalski's back.
All right, Glenn, I'm not sure if Glenn or if I said Leslie. Leslie, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Great, great. Good to see all of you. I'm not sure who's going to take the lead on running us through the project. So
Glenn, go ahead.
Glenn, go ahead.
I was going to say that Leslie, because she's the engineer, and I would fill in anything needed to be, but on a overview, because they were there earlier on in the project, and I just came in to help look at a few things. But me and saying that initially, Mr. Hedier, I did see that he texted me during our conversations earlier, and he did ask me to move forward. So I'll just do a very brief overview, but Leslie has the technical aspect of the engineering. So if I could just say that we appreciate the client and Leslie and Doug and everyone else that thought that they might ask me to take a look at it. So there was, off the top, we had a construction sequence that the conservation wanted to see, and we did work on that, moving from the road eventually through the building and removal. We have recently just met with United Rental on shoring up both sides. If I'm walking into the site left and right, and see I have a arrow on this plan in front of me. So instead of using those kind of terms, let me just say that the left-hand side would probably be called the southwest side of the house, and then the northeast side of the house on the right. And Mr. Hedier has made a point to keep 10 feet offset from the neighbor on the left and bring the house away from the neighbor on the right. I'm still going to use that left and right. Please, I'll stand on the road facing in if it makes sense to you. I'm set of northeast, so I once got criticized by Shrewsbury Commission by doing that way, but I think we can all understand facing in. So on the right, it's 6 feet, and we had to maintain a 30-foot setback from the road, and Leslie worked on those things to ensure we were. My construction sequence in general would be to obviously move from the road, removing the building, moving towards the water. I did bring into play similar details as Ronnie Fields' walls on the lake, where we're not looking at armoring or riprap in the water. We're going with a DOT design, which is between 1.5 to 2 feet footing on ours, because originally when I looked at the wall on the lake, they were talking, and I talked to the wall creator. They were going to put a crushed stone bed under it and then build a wall, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing these walls move away. When we build a wall, and I've been at adjudicatory hearing over this very issue on actually Cedar Meadow Lake, and what we now do for all walls on lakes or ponds, we similar to Ronnie Fields, Point Pleasant, we sandbag the lake. Obviously, we put our erosion controls out, our siltation barrier, and what's required by the board, which is described on our plans and shown. And then in our case, we would de-water. We would put offsets on the existing wall. Leslie did, and the HS&T group did show the wall where it is exactly now, and in order not to fill any land on the water body or any floodplain, we show on the plan we're building the wall. The new wall would be in the exact same position. There'd be offsets and survey to ensure that when we're building it, it is exactly in the same position. So again, we're not altering any Chapter 91 or state property, any floodplain, the bank is already altered, but was keeping it in the same position, or any land on the water body. Bag the wall. Luckily for this one, unlike Ronnie Fields, which was 1 foot to 1.5 feet underwater up against his wall, this one, when I first got there, the sand, a few inches of sand was showing, and then you hit the wall. So water, sand, and wall. And so the sandbagging, we used the large bags on Ronnie Fields, so we put them in. We then cordon that area off. We remove the wall. We de-water the footing location back into the foundation location, because now the building's gone. So in the sequence, we again move forward through the building, removing the building down to the wall, do offsets, remove the wall, and ensure that we're exactly in the same position, build the wall, de-water the footing back into the foundation hole. So we'll have plenty of space for de-watering in there with that 2-minute perk rate Hinkley soil. Pour the footing. Once the footing's poured, we're now out of the water, and then the wall can be built. The neighbor to our left did have issues with us pulling his wall forward. I took photos, and I'll send them in. I took photos. His wall is on a footing, but his wall all along it, I went in the water with hip boots, and I shot down it. It's all tilting inward, and our wall is pulled away from his wall by probably an inch, as Mr. Hedier had put some mortar in it, and you can see it's moved forward. So it's not directly touching the neighbor's wall. I mean, it touches, but it's not dragging it. So there was a question about that. We'll make sure that this thing is solid. It has a slight batter inward. Obviously, you'll have that 3 to 4 inches, I believe you're calling it, for 3 to 6 inches of lip on the wall, so that we don't have water running directly in. That's all designed in the project. We did take into mind the way that the steps would work, and obviously they're going to be the same size, because water does go from in the 100-year floodplain would go into even the step area. So we're not going to reduce the 100-year floodplain even when the water goes onto the first or second step. And those steps would be angled so that the dock, which is, don't quote me, but we will have to go through Chapter 91. I think I had 344 square feet. I'm not sure if I can see it.
352.
Thank you for saying that. And so there are a few more square feet than I thought, but under the 600, I believe. Thank you for helping me. And
No problem.
we put it right in the middle of the wall, and we have it directly straight out. It originally was angled. The end of it was more to the right. And I did say to the engineers that we want to think ahead of this Chapter 91. We want that thing in the middle. We want it away from the neighbors. And so we took that into mind. So lastly, we build that wall on the water. We don't put any additional rocks in the water, which we don't see needed, as long as there's good solid footing. And also our footing, unlike will be 4,000-pound concrete, which is the stuff we used at Ronnie Fields, which is Francisco stone wall. He says that's the stuff that lasts even longer in the water. So I recommend that people go, if they're working in the water with a footing, they go with the 4,000. That's what we do now, because we're not going to take the chance that it lasts that much less of a time. And then we finally move back into and Leslie can explain this more. I'm working to be brief. You have the pool, the walls coming up, the pool, we move back further towards the road, and eventually then the full footing is drawn. And we met United Rental last week, and we're meeting with another people over on Southwest Cutoff, over near the old, let's see, how can I say it? Anyways, in Worcester, there's another shoring company. So we want a couple prices to ensure that we're not undermining either neighbor. Although the excavator operator said to me, I do these close and I've never had a problem, but I just feel to satisfy the neighbor specifically to the left, although the neighbor to the right is friendly, that we don't have any case of undermining and getting into his property, because he's I believe the only one that I'm aware of, because we have multiple letters, I think up to 14 of people supporting this in that neighborhood, that they went into the ZBA with these support letters. So we're working, and he was an engineer, the older gentleman there, and we want to make sure that we satisfy him that we're not hurting him. And so the shoring will cover that point and continue to move back towards the road. And I believe I think that's the wetland aspect of mine, was just the construction sequence being detailed. There are no trees on the property. There are arborvitaes that Mr. Hidier had placed years ago, and he can explain how many years he's been here. I don't 12 or something. He does want his privacy, and that's why he put those, which we would call them saplings now, because they're not 20 feet tall or 6 inches diameter. So these aesthetic, non-native arborvitae. And in the end, I believe he can explain more on what he's going to do with that, with any kind of screening along the area. And he does have landscape people working on the full landscape here. One thing I did add in, I'm hopefully wrapping up here. Thank you very much for your patience, that we wanted to put as much of all the roof runoff. I asked the engineers, please infiltrate everything we can. And so Leslie can explain that, even the driveway.
Yep.
Only because we are on the lake, and so again, the importance of the impervious areas that we're creating, that on the lake, we want to make sure it goes back in the ground. A little bit more serious than that one garage where we're not, but barely. Thank you.
Just few words. Me and Glenn have been talking on a daily, sometimes twice, 3 times a day. Glenn is amazing. He's working on your behalf. I think he's your lawyer presenting you and the lake. Be sure that everything is taken care of. So he's been amazing lead in this project. And I also want to say thank you to Commissioner Karen. She brought that to attention, that the stairs into the lake has to be centered at the property. So we did bring that to the center, just like Karen asked. I just want to reiterate that the construction sequence, has to be after demolishing the house, that we're going to go ahead and rebuild this retaining wall. And from there, we go to building the frame of the pool, and then it go into the digging the foundation and building the foundation, and then building the house. So once we get the approval, the go ahead from your commission, the architect gonna start doing the full architectural plan for the interior of the house. Once we have that envelope approved, where the house location, and we did move the house quite a bit based on your recommendation from the first 2 meetings that we had. So we gave quite a bit of square footage actually from the house, because of from the street, and also from the back of the house, bringing the pool, and we give it quite a bit away into that 20, I believe it's over 22 feet now, the pool is from the lake shore. So there are a lot of details. I can go for hours and hours into the details that went into the plan to be sure that all your comments has been addressed, and every single things we heard from you or any other prior committees have been already in this plan. It's extremely detailed. I would love to hear from you. Maybe Leslie, can you add some more? But
yeah, definitely. We did have Ecotech go out there and do soil testing to look for groundwater. and they found no groundwater. They hit no groundwater at all. So shouldn't be an issue with the pool in the back. And I resized the Cultec system in the front yard to be able to store all of the impervious area on site. And I did send in calculations from HydroCAD showing that. It's also on, I believe, page 1. There's a calculation showing the impervious area. We're using the first flush as our number to size it. So it's a pretty big system. It's one of the 330 systems. So it's a pretty good size system. So it definitely covers all of the impervious area on site. They've already said, we did hire a landscape architect. So he worked on the plan. In between, we've had a planning board meeting. So they had a bunch of comments that have also been included in this plan as well, to try to satisfy their concerns and their questions. So those changes have all been made as well. We moved the carport back. It was actually outside of that 30 feet, which is where we lost some of the size of the house. So we had to push that carport back behind the 30-foot setback. So that's now behind that. We did receive an email today. I believe it was from you, Karen. Are you the Karen? It's a Karen.
Yeah.
That it looks like we have some comments, and it looks like we might be getting some more comments that we don't really know what they are yet. So, I don't see them being major comments, or I think most of them can be answered like verbally with a written statement in a letter.
Well, excuse me, Leslie, absolutely some of them can, but some of them is missing information, that's all.
Okay, yeah, well, I haven't had time to really go through it, and I was kind of waiting because you said you were having someone else look over it. So I wanted to kind of get it all together before I started making any changes and then having to go back and, redo them and change them again. We also have not got a DEP number yet, nor have we got comments from them yet. So I anticipate we may get a few more comments that we need to address. So that's kind of where we're at with the engineering portion of it. I've got 10% left on my phone, so.
Okay, and so, through the chairman, if I could ask also.
Sure.
Please, any questions on it? And I know clearly Leslie is the engineer here, but I would like to see if you have my email. I believe you do because there was a comment or somebody, Karen. I'd like to see any questions also. And I might have one other thing. It does sound like there's 2 wetland consultants here, but that's not the case. Ecotech was called in because Art Allen is a soil evaluator, and he was called in because of that position he has to do the soil testing, to do the modeling and the soil types, which I am not a soil evaluator. So when I did get called in, I heard Art was involved, I said, why 2? But his was a specific job for that soil testing in the front with a mini excavator, and in the back, they did it by hand to go 4 something feet down. And if we haven't supplied you with the breakdown of the soils and what the elevation and all that can be just another exhibit for us to give to you and Karen, to just so you understand what we have dealing with soils there.
I sent that recorded. Mary should have it.
Thank you very much.
I know Art very well, Glenn. He's good.
Him and I are very tight. We're doing the Barry Landfill.
He's known
each other forever.
Art's been doing, Art and Paul, they've been doing it for years, so.
Yeah, but one last thing, if I could say, I just hadn't known that he was a soil evaluator, And
Yeah.
then that's why when he called in, he wasn't there for the wetland aspect of it. He was for just that soil issue.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Great.
So can I ask some questions about the pool area? Because it's confusing to me.
Sure.
Okay, so if we look at, I'm looking at the site layout plan. And
Right.
it shows the proposed pool, and then it has something labeled water trough. So I don't quite understand it. Are we talking like there's a wall and there's something else in the pool? So maybe it's just me
It's
not looking at
It's
the
an
pool.
infinity, it's an infinity pool with a
Yes.
recycling trough at the bottom.
Yeah.
So it just
this is-
means there's a
It's
pool.
like a
and there's
water,
another,
through the
like, area
chairman,
that's
as
holding
I,
on.
Hadier can explain it, but I just briefly, it's a waterfall dropping into the pool, if I understand it correctly too. The water's recycled and filtered, but then it drops back into the pool. Hadier, can you explain that to them, please?
Yeah, it's.
You're on mute.
Yeah, Hadir, you're on, you.
He doesn't want to
Sorry
talk to
about
the
that.
camera.
So yeah, it's because it's an infinity edge, so it's basically the water is always at the same level and it's a flow. And that secondary area, it's basically, it catch that overflow. And it's there is a pump that recycle and then push it back in. So it's kind of act like think about it, from the lake, it's gonna look like a water fountain. It's gonna look like a water flow and then that catch. And also based on Joey's recommendation that to be 100% sure there is no spillage into the lake, we widened that trough to 3 feet so that there will be not even a drops, that over a spill. And there is also the landscaper, I instructed him to add bushes and shrubs and grasses, long grasses along the areas, also to catch anything. And Karen, also to answer to your question, it's going to be a salt water. That's where the plan is. But regardless what water it will be, it will recirculate. There is no. These pools, the modern one, they don't flush. You recirculate the water, they're always there. You just have to add water from evaporation and stuff.
And when you when you close this down, obviously pools within, resource areas, Hadir, there's a certain way to close them down. You're supposed to, there's a certain, way to kind of backflow them. You backflow it away from, the resource area, or you catch it into buckets and.
Through the chairman, this never gets flushed out. So I've had enough pools. I actually work for Pioneer Pools and do their pools across the state. Their big fiberglass comes on a flatbed. And this is not drained. This will never be, because we also have pools in rare species. Actually, wood turtle, I just said, but this is not a pool that has to be drained, is what Hadir was describing. So nothing into the resource area.
Okay.
All right.
In the winter, it doesn't have to be drained in the winter. I should have made that clear. Yeah.
Okay.
Will not. I'm sorry. Will not be drained. Sorry.
Yes, there is a jacuzzi. It's kind of built into, it's built into the pool. If you look at the pool, there's like an extra rectangle. That's a jacuzzi. It's kind of like built into the pool almost. So it's kind of part of the pool. So it took up less space that way, so we could stay farther away from the lake.
Right.
By kind of combining the two.
Okay, so it's kind of, okay. So the pool, is it in the 25, it's 22 feet away from the lake, or it's beyond the 25-foot buffer zone, at least the.
It's pretty much beyond.
Right.
There's a teeny tiny piece that's outside of the 25 foot.
Okay, and then where's the hot tub?
The hot tub is next to the terrace.
Almost about 30.
So that'd be 30. Okay. Now, what about the same questions you would ask? How is the water going to get out of the hot tub? Is that all going to be similar to the pool?
It's combined with the pool. Yes.
Okay. So all that was just explained.
Yes.
Equivalent to the pool. So you won't be cleaning it out by putting water in the lake. Okay, great.
Right.
Good. And you brought that back, how far from when we did the original disastrous site visit?
The original was 15 feet, the
Yeah, so
original
this-
pool.
Okay, so that's a good 10 feet. And then the hot tub's about 5 more feet from that.
Correct.
Okay, good. All right, I'm really comfortable with everything now, especially if the neighbor is being, he was quite concerned that his wall would be going in as long as it's gonna be
Yeah,
safety.
I
but-
spoke with him after the planning board meeting.
Yeah.
And I gave him a set of the plans and explained things to him. And when he left, he seemed much more relaxed, much more on board, much happier.
Yeah.
He seemed to understand much better what was going on. So
Okay, well, I didn't blame him to think all the walls be
Right.
crumbling down if he didn't
No,
have
I
100
don't
grand to
either.
fix his
No.
at this particular time, so as long
Right.
as, and again,
Yep.
this distance was very disconcerting when we went out there the first
Yeah.
visit, so.
Yep.
All right, commissioners, obviously there's no DEP number with this yet, so we obviously can't close this out tonight, but are there any other burning questions right now for?
May I ask a question, please?
Sure, go right ahead.
It is, I understand we need a DEP for the dock, but it is, I understand it will cost more if I would pursue it in a separate matter, but I would rather go that route because right now, the house, the architect cannot move on with the plan without this approval. Getting the dock and that chapter for the dock, it might take, another month. That's another month we're gonna lose if not moving forward with the plan. So I'm willing to pay more and come again in front of the committee for the DEP for the dock and a separate application. if
You
we
don't,
can have this move
yeah,
forward.
Hadir, you don't need to do that. You can come back to us and what we'll do is we'll do an amendment to the order. And you just
Okay.
do it as an amendment and we
So-
just file it as an amendment.
Well,
So
that'll be awesome.
Hadir, let me clarify just a little bit. You have to have the DEP number in order to move forward with this project at all, and that's what we're waiting on.
Yeah.
And then the dock can go as an amendment afterward. You have 3 years. You get, you want, you get it done on the early side, but it doesn't stop the house project.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think with, through the chairman, I think with Hidiera, it sounds like he's asking, he believes maybe that we could close, but I think the commission, Hidiera, was reluctant to close as they are in all of these without that DEP number. That's what I believe they're alluding to.
We're not allowed to close.
Yeah, we legally can't.
Let me, could I through the chairman, this question about closing without the DEP number is an error. We just got the answer back from DEP because I had another commission and I went, and this has to be in Charlton, and the law is not that you can close this meeting without the DEP number. DEP wrote back, this is just only a month and a half ago, or maybe 2. You can't issue an order of conditions without the DEP number. But yes, can a hearing be closed? Yes, at the risk of the client that if DEP made additional comments. And this is exactly what Judy Schmidt wrote, because this is exactly what I said to a commission when they said, the actual clerk, the agent, you cannot. And when somebody says you cannot, and I know because I've been in the answer to that since 86, I know that you can. So I actually challenged the agent, the permanent agent there, and I said, I'll get the answer. And then I called Judy Schmidt, and we did get the answer. And it was exactly what I had said. We do not recommend you closing without the DEP number, but there's nothing in the regulation that says you can't. But she also said, and I'll send it to you, but you cannot issue the order without the number. So why don't I share that with the commission? Because it appears to be many commissions, or not many, but there's enough that think you can't. That's incorrect.
Well, I would point out that while you may be legally able to do it, it's not necessarily in your best interest, because
that's exactly Fred.
That we didn't address.
Through the
And
chairman.
now we got a problem.
Fred, through the chairman, that is exactly what I just said.
Yeah.
I fail to see how closing it out and still being unable to issue the order is going to be a much benefit to anyone.
Through the chairman, I was not suggesting that the commission do anything but what they normally do, because this is complicated. We want you to be happy. We also want to hear from DEP, because when I say close a hearing without the number, how many times I've done it? Maybe 5 or 7 since '86. I do. If I had a shed that was 60 feet away and I knew that, and I'm going to take the risk that there was no chance of DEP saying anything because I was all in the buffer zone. And normally in the buffer zone, DEP has very little to nothing to say, as we've all seen enough file number sheets over the years. So very rarely, or if I had a septic repair and the Board of Health already approved it, and under 1002, it's deemed that it's protecting the resource areas, as the language in there about Title V and septic systems. So very rarely I will take the chance, talk to the commission, when I know that there clearly will be no comment by DEP. And again, it's a rare, I've been here 36 years. When I say I've done it 5, 7, whatever, 8 times, it's rare. I just want to make it clear, though, it can be done.
Thank you, Ron.
Mr. Chair, regardless of the DEP number or not, I do have some questions that I believe need to be addressed.
Sure, go ahead, Karen.
Okay, if you don't mind, go to the grading plan.
Okay.
Isn't this it, Karen, here?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, yeah.
You need to sign off. Fortunately, I wasn't at the May 21st, so it's not going to affect anything.
Go ahead, Fred. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, the last contour I see is 494, the proposed 494. And then I don't see another, then I don't see another.
Going down towards the lake,
Yep.
you mean?
Yep. So I see 494, and then I don't see anything for grading whatsoever all the way to the retaining wall. So there's 12 feet of things taking place that aren't identified in that really critical area.
Leslie.
Well, the 484 is not going to change, so that stays existing. The 488 is not going to change. That's going to stay existing. And then the other ones kind of die into the sides of the pool. So you can't, it's kind of hard to draw them in that little tiny.
Well, you still get a 10-foot elevation difference. So what I'm saying is that there, you have no idea whatsoever the elevation of the pool, the spa, the terrace, the walls, the trough.
We do. So the elevation of the lower lawn near the lake is 484. The pool and patio area is at 494.
How do I know that?
That's the question. I don't want to see it elevation. I want to see it this way.
I can add those elevations onto the plan. That's not a problem. And
Thank
then
you.
the garage and carport at the house entrance is at 506, 504.
I'm okay with that. The terrace, what is the terrace?
The terrace is at the same elevation as the pool. So that's at 494.
Okay, I think in order to understand the elevation changes, you know, maybe you can show a cross section, maybe that's not necessary, but even you know, proposed elevation spots would be nice.
Okay.
Just so that so that we understand what's taking place in those 12 feet.
Yeah,
That's not a problem.
Maybe just pull them out just a little bit, Leslie, so we can see them.
Or do a detail for that particular area. And then I see a cross section and location, need a cross section of the location of the silt sumps for dewatering. I know I saw that on the detail sheet, but I don't know where they're being used.
Glenn will need to answer that one because that's his.
Well, I'm sorry, I was, what was that last point?
Silt sumps.
I'm sorry? No. Say it one more time.
My plan isn't showing it now. The the pits, you sent me a detail.
Oh, the above the
Sounds
ground settling pit, settling basin, the
Yes.
above the ground, we used one on Ronnie
Yes.
Fields. What,
Yeah,
that-
where are those going to be located?
that would be where the foundation is, because we have to remove the foundation of the existing home. When we remove it, we were gonna put, that was gonna be a depression and then pump the water back in there. And if we needed to go to the exit, so this circular silt fence, straw bale, dewatering sump was gonna be sitting in the, and we'll show it, inside where the foundation is now. It'll be a depression so that we have full use of that 2-minute perk rate gravel in a large enough area. And as a depression, we'll be able to send
Okay.
that water over there, have it absorbed into the ground. We'll make more details to show you that that's where we're using it, but it was always going to be in a foundation of the existing hole. And we will, we also know that unlike, again, the Fields one, we're looking at not as much water because of that sand that I said, that the sand actually laps
Okay.
up against the wall.
All right, this is just semantics. The plan dates say 2/4/22, but you know that that's not the case because they've gone through several revisions.
Right,
Right.
but there's a plan revision box in the
Is there?
margin that
Let me-
shows the revision dates.
Can I see that, please?
I
Oh,
get a
okay.
5/16,
I did not
20.
see that. Okay. Do you have that
Okay.
on all the sheets?
That's on all the sheets, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The floodplain elevation is noted on the plan as 480, but the location and the limit of the floodplain isn't shown anywhere.
The 480 runs literally right on the wall. It goes right up against the wall, so I can't really show it because it's
Well, then
running
just
right
put-
against the
Just
existing
put a
wall.
note that the floodplain elevation is not, 480, reference where you got that from. That's all, because we know that you're in the floodplain. Oh,
It's right
oh, it
in-
says flood elevation,
Right in the middle.
480.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's your
Okay.
floodplain, and it abuts
Good
the
if-
wall. We looked
Yeah.
at that also. to
Good
make sure
enough.
That was clear.
Thank you.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
I said,
Excuse.
this is just a question. I see there are no trees shown on the existing conditions plan. Is that correct? I forget. I
That-
was out there so long ago.
Yeah.
If I could, Leslie, I did, through the chairman, I did bring that up. There's just arborvitaes down each side that the Hadir had put in for screening for privacy. So they're
Okay.
arborvitaes. There's no trees on the property. None.
Okay, and the arborvitaes are gonna stay in place. You said that.
I didn't exactly say that. No, Hadir can answer that question. These are aesthetic, just for screening. He put them in. Hadir, how many years did you put them in there? They're columnar. These are not the fluffy arborvitae. They go straight up.
Yes,
In the
so-
Greek temple. So go on.
Yeah. So they are staying. They are a natural fence. There was an old fence before. It was falling apart, really hard to maintain with the winds always bending. Those arborvitaes are natural. They grow tall. They provide the privacy without necessity to fence it up. And
Okay,
just to add to that, they are beautiful bird
Yep.
hotels. If
Yeah.
you come here, you'll see them. They are bird hotels.
yep, yep.
Yes.
Birds love the arborvitaes. They are their homes now.
All right, so then
Yes.
there
Yep.
there really is no existing trees to be removed.
Correct.
Correct.
No.
Okay,
You're
Um,
working on a sort of a planting plan with a landscape architect, though, right? But you're,
Yes.
Yes.
okay.
Yep. He wasn't able to get me the revised plan, showing with the carport moved back today. But I believe I sent in the one that we did have with the carport pulled out.
Mhm.
I don't know if Mary has that one.
It's up right now.
Okay.
Thank-
So it's gonna be pretty much the same as that, except for the carport will be moved back and whatever landscaping will
Okay.
go with it.
okay.
Okay.
And then if you don't mind, go to the detailed plan where you talk about construction sequence,
Do you remember what is that, page 3?
3 or 4. Construction sequence.
Page 3.
Yep, there you go.
9.
Yep, there you go.
Number 9.
Item number 9 says place offsets from the existing retaining wall in the lake. What does that mean?
Glenn, that's
Can I
you, because I don't know what that means.
Yes, what, all it is an oak, it's an oak stake driven into the lake, and it gives, say there's a 10-foot offset, probably, well, we can even describe how many, but this is again, Ronnie Fields, every time we build a lake wall on any lake, just recently Sugden Res, we go out a certain distance, most of the time 10 feet, to give the contractor enough room to build, but we could do it with 5. And we specifically lay down the stakes. We show them on a sketch plan, on our own plan. We can show them on your plan. And that what that means is so that we build the wall exactly where
In
the
the right
wall
place?
is.
Okay,
Well, so it doesn't even move 6 inches towards the lake or 6 inches away from the lake.
okay.
We build the wall so that we're not filling. I was explaining that earlier in the discussion
Okay.
here. That we build the wall so there's no floodplain fill, there's no land underwater body fill. We're
Okay.
exactly where the existing wall is.
Yep, no, it sounds like a
They're
good idea.
offset.
I just didn't know how you applied it.
Yep.
Item number
Yeah, yes,
10.
ma'am.
It
Yes, ma'am.
says, it mentions floating siltation boom. The only thing I have to say about that is, wouldn't you install that the same time as you're installing all the other erosion control, like up into item number 3?
Could I say, thank you if it's mine, through the chairman, it would definitely have to be installed before you do any work on the wall. So, and also any erosion controls normally might be an S&M Farms. They're a separate company from, and I actually own a 50-foot erosion control or floating siltation boom we use. But there's other people such as Francisco Stonewall, they have 100-foot lengths. And they would come in when the stone wall guy comes in, and they generally lay that out. We help them, and there's anchors on the bottom or weights, as you know, and then there's floats at the top. And we had just done one on Greenville Pond in Leicester. They function super because it just keeps all that silt, you know. And I'm sorry to use the term, you know, I hate that term. We put it in close. We make sure we don't have a plume going out in the lake. If need be, we can even describe how far out we would be in the lake, whether it be 7 feet. We don't need a lot of space to build this, but we would want enough for the men
I
to
think it's-
stand with boots. And build.
Glenn, I think it's just the timing of the installation. 'Cause
I
it looks
understood
like-
what you were saying. I
Can we
understood
move
what you
that
were saying.
up into like sooner in the,
Yeah, that's my
100%.
question. Okay.
Sure.
like, yeah, like right up at number 3?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, item number 12 says to construct eastern retaining wall which holds up the pool. Is there a detail for that? Like, I guess that goes back to my elevation change concerns. Is you're building
There
wall
are
to hold
pool
up the pool.
details. There are pool details, but I don't believe you have them yet.
Okay,
We'll,
okay, you're gonna put them on the sheets?
Yes.
I'm gonna put them on the sheets, yes.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I said something about there's a lot of walls being shown on the detail sheets, but I'm not exactly sure which wall is going to which wall. You know, maybe that's just me overthinking it.
On the retaining wall sheets?
Yeah, you've
From the
got
re-
the
The retaining wall company drew those, so
right there.
I,
What is that? And where is it going?
hold on, I'm on that plan. Those are the drawings done by the retaining wall company, so.
For what wall?
For what, the water one, Leslie, which one's at the water and which one would be the next one inland? So we'll label the water.
I
We'll
can't see it good enough on my phone, and I don't have it pulled up.
We'll say through the chairman that we will label on that detail, wall 1, wall 2, wall 3, or lake wall.
Yeah, where they're going, because I'm not sure.
Wall,
what-
the next wall, whatever. We'll just make sure that we label those. Leslie, you're making notes, I'm sure. I'm making
Yep.
notes, and
Of course I am.
we'll label the which wall on, and as we sequentially move from the lake going inland.
Okay, that would be helpful, because I'm not sure which wall is at the lake.
Yeah.
You know what, it says here, wall 1 is the left side and wall 2 is the right side. So those are both the lake walls, and I'm not sure that they have details for the
On the
pool
pool
wall.
wall. Okay, go back up to the wall face. That's
Which-
just
which-
a, yeah, that's just a very unusual detail. You agree?
That is a little different.
Well, it's showing the elevation, I guess, so you can kind of see, like this is 475, 485, so that it's kind of sticking it in the, but yeah, I agree, it's unusual.
It's just
Looks more like
hard to
an
understand the concept of the construction of the wall.
So it's just showing the face, and then do they have then they have some other details with
this. Well, I
That-
think that's for the steps.
Yeah, that's what it's
But
done.
yeah, I mean, Leslie we'll get they'll get the walls all.
Okay.
Yeah,
walls
I can label them up, which ones
Yeah, that would
go
be-
where.
Okay, that would be helpful.
All right, anything else, Karen?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
All right.
Karen.
Karen, may I have a minute?
All right, yes.
I would like to explain to Karen that this structure is the retaining wall. This is done by the Ready Rock engineer out of Vermont. They are specialized in retaining wall on lakes.
Okay,
All
hold
these
on.
drawings, all
Wait a minute,
these
go back down. Is that the one you're talking about? That one?
Yes, all
Okay.
these pictures came from Ready Rock, the
Okay.
company that's gonna build the retaining wall. There is no other retaining
Okay.
wall in this property. After we do the retaining wall, there is the 484 backyard, the grass, the area which is the buffer between the lake and the pool. And then once you get into the pool, you're gonna have that elevation go from 484 to 494, that 10 foot. And that's where you see the 2 sets of stairs around the
Okay.
infinity pool. So from the lake, the pool itself gonna be the wall. Basically, the pool itself is 10 feet above the 484. That's why there are 2 stairs going down from each side of around the pool. You'll see that. Once you go up these 2 stairs and from on the side from the pool, you are now at the level of the pool, the back patios, actually the living room. A big chunk of the house is at the 490. This, I don't have an arrow. I don't know if I can point into, but basically the entire pool and back patios and living room and the kitchen and all that going to be at the 494 level. It go all the way from that infinity pool all the way to inside the house. So
there's no other walls. The
There are no
pool-
other
the
walls.
Pool wall itself is the wall.
Correct. So there is no other walls. It's just the retaining wall we're building on the lake. And after that is start the pool. There is no
Okay.
other wall.
Okay,
I
that
just wanna
sounds
make
very
that
nice.
clear. Yeah.
No, that's
Thank
much more clear, because now I understand everything's at 494.
Everything
pretty
at
much-
494.
Yeah, it's, okay.
Okay.
Yes. All right,
Great.
thank you for clearing up the walls.
No problem.
Thank you.
Happy
Not
to.
a problem.
All right, folks. Any other questions before we can let the Hadir team go and move on to several other items before we bid everyone good night?
Appreciate everything.
All right, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
my name is Frank Yacino.
Oh, Mr. Yacina, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Great, thank you.
I'd just like to make note that I'm wondering if Mary got the paperwork that I brought in this morning to put into the computer. I had 14 questions on a piece of paper.
Okay.
I don't know if she got it. I had given it to Ann when I walked in. But I have concerns, and I'm still concerned about the wall, even though the person that was talking says I shouldn't. But and then the other thing was about the planting. That was on one of the drawings that was just recently showed of the trees. along the property line on the south side. Now, what distance is it from the property line to the residence?
Isn't that
I think that's
10 feet, Leslie?
10
10
feet,
feet.
10 feet, yes.
Okay, now, the arborvitaes are staying. They're already at least 2.5 feet in diameter, and you're gonna be planting some more in front of them. And then what is the rest of that way? Is that all walkway and steps going down?
Yes.
It's a
Fine.
pervious paved walkway.
Impervious pathway.
And you're gonna have enough room in there for distance to the house with those arborvitaes there? They're monstrous. I measured some the other day, were 15 feet tall already. And when the wind
Then I-
blows, sometime it hits my house on the side of the bay window. So I have concerns about that. Not only that, right now I've got roots coming from those arborvitaes that are creeping into my property. And that becomes an issue with me right now. So that is noted in my notes, and I had no clue what was on the side of that house. So with those trees being the size that they are, you're already now ending up with about 8 feet of space there to go down to the walk. And I don't know how big those trees will be once they're planted either, or how they would grow. So
Well, having a landscape architect involved, I mean, I'm sure they'll take into account the, what's already on the landscape, and they'll plant, they'll integrate, something that's not gonna necessarily clutter up, a walkway, or, everything will necessarily be cohesive on the landscape.
well, what I'm telling you, Mr. Chairman, is that what is being designed right there, the arborvitaes are already going to take up close to 2.5 feet of that space of 8 feet. And the other trees and plants that are going to be there, they have a circumference as well. And I'm just concerned about that quite a bit right now. And I thought that with those plantings, the arborvitaes were going to go, but they are of considerable size. Some of the plants that are going in, and shrubs and so forth. So, but you can look at the rest of the items that I put in there. I'm sure that Mary can get a copy of that and have Leslie look those over. And
absolutely,
there were some comments made on the site plans that I made, and we had questions about the Cultec system and the hazardous waste location. So
Hey, Mr. Yacino, if you gave those to Ann, they may have ended up on the planning website instead of the conservation one. I don't remember seeing them. Did you give them to Ann or to Kelly?
no, I gave it to Ann when I was there this morning. I just walked in and gave it to her.
Yeah, okay, so she might not have known they were for conservation. Maybe she thought they were for planning, because I know, Mr. Shakely is before both boards, so I haven't seen them.
Okay.
So what we'll do, Mr. Yacino, is we'll, of course, Mr. Shakely is gonna get, obviously, his team will get those comments. We'll take a look at them. We're obviously gonna have to continue this, and then, between now and in the next, 2 weeks, we can address any, he'll address any questions or concerns that there might be there. And, obviously comment, or we'll address any concerns that we've got, that you've got. And we'll see if we can find a happy medium.
Mr. Yacino, what does bother you about the arborvitaes though? because the
What,
applicant is
what
doing.
bothers me right now is that some of the arborvitae's going down past the house are encroaching on the property line. And I had a discussion with Mr. Shakely about that. And what I've been doing is trimming the backside of those arborvitae's to the lot line. I have the posts are still there showing the lot line. And I'm trying to keep them from going over into my property.
Okay, so it's
Through
just,
the chair.
it's
through the-
property
Yes.
infringement you don't like? Because we did ask him to plant one and, okay, so it's really, you're more property infringement that you're concerned?
Yes, ma'am, that there are quite a few trees, and I just had them done a couple of weeks ago where we just trimmed them on the backside. Some of them up near the road so far, they aren't encroaching, but wherever it's encroaching, I'm cutting them up as far as I can go with the saw.
Okay.
Well,
And,
through the chairman,
Miss-
we will
Go ahead.
address the encroachment. We'll address the encroachment. We'll take a look down that line, this gentleman's line, and ensure that we're inside, I won't say well, but well inside of our property with our edges. If we'll have to go in there and trim these guys even back far enough, then it's something we'll have to maintain on that one point, because we do want to, but there's more than that. We want to see whatever the comments are from the gentleman. So if you get them from Ian, we'll address the comments that he made. Commission, please.
The comments regarding the arborvitae's is on my side of the property.
I understand that, sir.
Whatever's on
I
his
didn't
side.
think you were, I did not think you were addressing the other guy on the other side, which is where, because we're not having any issue with him, and even though we're
That's
6
right.
feet. So we
He's
will
on the
address
north
your
side.
side.
He's on the
We will
north side.
address your side.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the chairman. We will address these issues for the gentleman.
All right,
Mr. Chairman?
yes,
Hey, this is Nathan Bazinet. I'm one of the trustees at 74 Bates Point Road, and I just have a quick question.
Sure.
It's kind of tangential to the question on Ms. Coonan's dock earlier. It's not the same, but it's different.
Sure.
I wonder, based off the fact that she had some issues getting her docks in this summer, how does that affect if the wall's currently in failure? I'm not sure who the dock's registered through now, licensed through, whether it's the state or the town. But if public lateral access is required, if I'm, hopping Hadir's dock to, chase a dog down the point or fish.
Yeah.
What's going to happen if I hop the dock and the wall falls on my kid? Like, I don't know who's doing this prior to the construction, but there's a current issue now. And that's a question I have, and I think it'd be good to look into prior to the next meeting. Thank you.
no, that's a perfectly good point, and it would be that's why it's so important that it's, it's the homeowner that is, when it comes to the actual dock connecting to somebody's property and not necessarily Commonwealth property, because there is that liability piece. So, but you bring up, you bring up another angle point of that.
Just to that point, I know Glenn has been doing this since 1986, but we bought the property, my family's from George Hall in 1959. So we've been there a long time, and we respect the engineer's professionalism and Hadir's hard work on this and everybody's hard work. But, we've been watching the sunsets out there for 50 plus years, and myself my whole life. So, and if you go down to the, courtyard of Heroes and Webster, you'll see all kinds of family last names connected to us over there too. So, we have a very deep investment in Webster, and I'm sure Hadir will have some great property there, but, just have some questions leading up to it. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nathan. All right,
Thank
folks. We're gonna move on here. So, any questions, please steer them to Mary at the Conservation Commission office. And can I get a motion, commissioners, for continuance to June 23rd?
Motion we continue to June 23rd.
All right, Robin with the first,
I'll second.
Karen with the second,
Ms. Sherillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Bartholomew,
Yes.
Mr. Bach. Oh, he left, right?
yes.
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
He left
when did he leave?
9:20.
Okay. And then Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes. All right, thank you, 70 Bates Point Road folks, and we'll see you on the 23rd.
Thank you very much. Glenn Kowalski is going to give an update to Webster Conscom on 56 Worcester Road tomorrow with photos and how much progress. I do have to leave at this point, but it is later on, and I don't want to hold anybody else up, obviously, in talking.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Glenn. Have a good night.
Stay safe.
Good night.
All right, so, Mary, let's get to some folks that are in the audience here. 24 Point Pleasant Road. I believe we have the mayors here. Melanie?
Michael.
Oh, Michael, how are you, Michael?
Good. Nice to see you again. I wanted to say to the chairman and the commissioner, good evening, but I'm gonna say good night.
Okay. Okay, all right. Well, thank you and good night. I hope everything's going well.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have anyone for 20 West Wind Road?
You know what? That one we'll take care of next week.
Okay, 328 Killdeer Road, certificate of compliance?
Yeah, so I was out there today. I have pictures. This is one where we've started to write letters for people who have money in the account.
Yep.
And so people are responding to that. So this project was just to do these retaining walls in this patio area right here. And I noticed this house has, the deck was already existing, I guess. I'm not sure we would have permitted this now, but it is there. And so I just took a bunch of pictures of the house. My only concern is these pipes.
I need to you to share your screen, Mary. We see your beautiful
Oh, I'm
face.
sorry. I forgot to share the screen.
Sorry. It's been a long
What
meeting.
happens at late at night. So just back patio. It's just a small patio here.
Oh, this is a long time ago. Wow. Okay.
This is before you. This is before me. This is 2016. So it was just for the patio.
Yeah.
The property does have this deck and wall that was already in place. And they do have these pipes here, but they're not really part of the patio. So I think we just gotta, maybe I'll make a comment to the owner that maybe they could redirect. I'm guessing it's from the gutters. I'm not sure though. The gutters.
That needs to, if anything in this project, I'd like to see that redirected. That needs to be
Right.
redirected. So.
There's one on either side. So I'll talk to them about that.
All right, so let's hold on the COC until we figure out the redirection on that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
This is Michael. I didn't mean that I'm leaving by saying that. I was laughing because I was preparing to say good evening.
Oh, he got you, Joey.
You got me there, sir.
It was a bad joke.
Okay, all right, hold on one second.
I actually thought that he was just kidding around.
I thought it was like, you know.
I'm still here. I just did.
Okay, one moment. So,
Okay,
Mary,
I will wait. No problem.
We're gonna do you next. Mary, let's hold on 328 until we ask them to redirect those and get them out of the lake.
Okay.
Is the board on board with that?
Yes.
My only concern is I don't think they were part of that project. So I'm not sure that we can tell them that. I mean,
All right,
that's my concern.
Well, let's look at the property and see if we can help them with an alternative.
Yeah.
Because with the eutrophication issues that we're seeing, and we gotta get as much water going into the lake, out of the lake, and, you know, we gotta stop,
Yeah.
we gotta stop it, so.
Okay, I'll track
All
it down.
right, so Mr. Mayor, back to you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
How are we doing?
We're doing okay.
Okay,
I sent an email to Miss Overholt, and
yes,
I'm sure she shared this with you. And if you remember last meeting, I told you that my neighbor is playing you to a horn hand. And I just want to say that she is after the neighbors in order to clean the cove for her to park the boat, although she doesn't have a waterfront. And even forget about right now, even if it was a public land, not specifically our land, she cannot dock a boat over there. If she can dock the boat over here, she can dock the boat also on Memorial Beach. That's not acceptable. I don't understand. Did she use the commission in order to clean the area for her boat, and she doesn't have a waterfront? I said last time, and I'm going to say this again, she's using the commission for her own gain. It's personal gain only. It's not for the common good. It's just to attack and bully her neighbors. And I'm being harsh. I'm sorry. I've never been harsh on people like this. But this is when I saw this boat suddenly, after we trying to follow the rules, I did whatever you did. I just sent an email to Mary Overholt about the discharge, what we're doing, and she can tell you how expensive this is going to be, which probably we're going to talk about it next meeting. Very, very expensive, and we don't mind. This is, you ask us to do this, but you are being used to clean the area for a personal gain, absolutely personal gain. And this is disrespectful to the neighbors, disrespectful to the commission. And as a member of the commission, she should be held for a higher standard than a normal citizen on the lake. People looking at you and they following what you're doing. And you have to have that respect and gain that respect. And I feel like that was a joke. I cannot prove anymore what I said last time. I gotta tell you something, Chairman and Mr. Commissioner, I rest my case. This is, she doesn't need my help. She does it by herself to show you what we were dealing for the last year, over a year. And I can tell you something else. She will find something else. She's probably gonna talk to the DEP about the docks that you gave us permission to do. Probably she's gonna go after
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
She's gonna do this.
I believe this is going off the rails and is becoming highly insulting. We need to focus on the issue and not start.
Commissioner, I've never been like this, but this is pure bullying the neighbor, pure.
Mr. Mayor, I can see your frustration. I can understand where you can probably see that is the case. The mooring of a boat, you do actually, believe it or not, you can moor a boat.
There's feedback going on really bad right now.
If everyone would just mute themselves, that would be great.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
If everyone could just mute themselves, that would be great.
Oh, that's
that will cut back on some of the feedback. So you can under the Massachusetts regs 310 CMR, and it's 9, I believe it's 9.07. With a harbor master at the ocean or with a great pond, you actually are able to safely moor your boat. So conversation has already been had with the party involved, and also we have another situation in another part of the lake where we have similar situation with mooring of a boat that's It's very highly unusual to see this in a pond where typically boats are in a dock. But believe it or not, it can be done. You can moor your boat with a proper permit.
Okay, so I understand.
So what I have to tell you is if you have a complaint, is you need to talk to the harbor master.
Okay.
The commission has minimal authority when it comes to boat activity on the lake. We only handle a very small amount when it comes to the actual permitting piece of it. It's something I'm actually going to be talking to town hall about. But when it comes to mooring of boats, that goes through the harbor master, and we have a new harbor master. So I would urge anyone that plans to do this type of activity, do it legally, because the fines can be extensive. So you don't want that to happen. But with that said, that's all that's all I have to say on that. So
Okay, so
I understand.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, first, I don't mean to, but I really appreciate what you have to say. I mean, this is not, your area is very tricky. If you haven't noticed, I vote very independently from the board. And I'd be happy, and we granted your doc last week, and I think it's fabulous. You and your wife are, like I said, I was keenly interested in her story and her family, and that how interested she is in keeping the lake nice. However, we have to keep, it's hard enough, if you listened all night, which you did, for us to enforce the laws that are in our jurisdiction. We can't go, if something's not illegal, we can't spend our, do it. This is just not our domain. And as Joey said, it's not that we don't feel badly, but this cove is a difficult cove. There's boundary issues, there's property issues. So it's hard enough for us when everything's clear to give fair, timely decisions to keep the wetland nice, and also to be considerate of people's time and money, and we do the best we can. This takes us into an area that we're not, and I'm never going to go into an area where it's not legally that we have to. Do you understand that at all?
Well, I totally understand, but if, according to Karen, the commissioner, she said it's a public land. I'm telling you, this is my land. It was always my land. She cannot even tell you the date that it was filled. The status quo gonna stay the same. It's my land. And if she doesn't believe it, go to the court land, because the DEP will do nothing, and land court, and sue me. I told you last time.
And you got your permit, and we granted everything you wanted.
At this point, the land is mine. We never, ever, ever prevent for her access to the water. We're always gonna give her access to the water. She told you that we're blocking her. She told you stories that for a year, like we're evils. I don't understand. Do you never checked what she's doing? Every time she does the drawing on that section, it's always growing a little bit toward inside my land. Now, if I'm gonna put the dock that you gave me permission to put on the area that it's mine, it's gonna interfere with the boat parking over there. Is that legal?
Unfortunately, it's not uncommon. There are other places on the lake that people have to be considerate. They have to be watching the other guy. This isn't the only tiny cove when one guy, I mean, if you
does not have a waterfront. If you look at the deed, her land is finished, even if it was a public land. She does not have a waterfront. On the tax card, it says, doesn't say waterfront. I check her tax card, does not say waterfront. The commission, this is your member you're talking about. This is a member that all the neighbors try to tell you
Mr. Amir,
and nothing happened.
Mr. Amir,
Yes, Commissioner Michelle.
yes, I think that you and your neighbors all need to take a breath and really think long and hard about the kind of people you wish to be. Because my personal opinion of this whole situation is that everyone is getting so worked up, they're just trying to be nasty to each other. And you're involving many town departments and who knows how many other state departments just to try to get back at each other. It might be a time for the neighbors to sit down with a beer and try to work it out as neighbors, because the more that you involve the town and the state and everyone else, the bigger this problem is going to get. And I don't think that any of you are that kind of people that you just want to be nasty and evil. I think
No, God forbid.
You're just frustrated.
Michelle,
And
I'm not
you really need
frustrated.
to take a break and take a breath and decide how to solve it as neighbors.
Michelle, I'm not frustrated, but it cannot be that number 24, number 32, and all the neighbors around are wrong, and Karen is the only one right.
I didn't say that. I didn't.
we
You'll
are-
notice,
we are wrong.
Mr. Amir,
That's
I
Karen's
did not.
correct.
I did not make any judgment of any of the neighbors. I made no judgment. I'm not there. I don't know, and I don't want to say, because I truly believe you're all nice people and can get along, but this tit for tat and this neighbor hates this one and that neighbor and everybody's being mean. That's not the people you all want to be. And you need to back up and each take a breath and come up with a solution that doesn't involve every town department in Webster and who knows what else, because ultimately that's not going to be the solution for happy lives in that cove.
I agree with you. Did you talk to Karen about it? Because I'm telling you, it's gonna be another issue. She's probably gonna appeal the dogs that you approved to us to put in the water. And she's gonna find everything, something wrong here and there and here. What's the next issue? Tell me, what's the next issue? Does she have a bucket list of issues?
Mr. Amir, maybe you have to be the man that makes the change and has the bigger heart and the open mind to bring peace in that cove. That's not something the Conservation Commission can do for you.
I agree with you. I was waiting until today. I think I sent the email about 2 weeks ago. I was waiting for the commission to make the decision. I know in your heart, I have no doubt in my mind, in your heart, that you agree what I'm saying. I know deeply in your heart, you know what she's doing, deeply in your heart. I would like to, I gave her access to the water and everything, going through my land, never an issue. The people who rent the house before that, they were coming with the kids on my property, taking kayaks, swimming, no issue. We even gave them life vests for the kids. I said, don't, because if something gonna happen, you cannot see if somebody go down, through the lake. It's not a swimming pool that you can see person underneath. I have no issue with Karen. I have issue with what she's doing. No issue. There is no personal issue against her. But what she's doing is wrong. She knows it. It's what actually she's doing it. I would say it, maybe the way it is. It's in your face. That's what it is. And I'm sure you all see it. I'm sure. I have no doubt in my mind. You all see it when I open when I go on my deck. Here we go, front of my property, a big boat. She was telling you, I just needed it. I remember I was listening to all the things. I just needed to come with the kayak, the blocking me with the canoe. She bought this big boat. I cannot put my dog now because it's gonna block her or it's gonna block everybody else going to that corner. So you telling me I can put my boat over there, even though you said to everybody else, that's not the property. I'm sorry, I asked a question. Can you hear me? Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. I was,
Did I put you to sleep?
no, I was sorry. I was looking at the picture.
But anyway, as I said, deeply inside your heart, you know that's what she does is wrong. I have no issue with Karen herself. No, I don't go personal. It's what she's doing. And I'm going to say this again. She's doing this in your face, and it's in your face to the commission also. A member of the commission.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I take one moment, Mr. Chair? Because
Sure,
I don't like being personally insulted. And quite honestly, I believe he's insulting the whole commission in that he's saying that I am so influential that I get to manipulate you people to violate laws at my will. So we know that that's not true. And everything that I've done and said has been according to the law. If the emirs were correct, they would not have gotten enforcement orders. If the emirs were correct, they would have a dock-in. If Coonan was correct, she would have a dock-in. I don't have influence over the commission. I recuse myself, and I don't have influence over DEP. This has nothing to do with what's in your heart. It has everything to do with what's in the law. And quite frankly, I'm sick of being insulted in a public forum.
Chairman, I'm sorry if you feel she insulted, but I was listening to all the record of the past year, and I remember Karen saying to Mr. Dito about our discharge water, and he said to her, you know, if they stop it and their basement will be flooded, it's going to be on us. And what did she say?
Okay.
That's no problem. You can listen to it. I can tell you somebody insulting. She said about the lawyer, Henry Lane. He's a liar and uneducated. I was listening to this. You can go back and see it. So don't tell me I said anything bad about you. I never said you come, you
Please,
take the
Mr.
ball.
Emir,
Stop.
please.
I'm sorry.
Let's stop being so innocent. I have photos of you turning your boat sideways year after year. So I try to take the high road.
All right.
The thing is, she doesn't have water rights and she's taking over people who do.
Okay, all right, we're gonna.
You don't have water rights.
All right, Mary, everyone, let's take a deep breath, please. I understand. It's very, I mean, it's late. We've been on for quite a while. You know, people feel aggrieved. People feel insulted. You know, I mean, let's be good neighbors. And as Michelle had mentioned, let's try to, work in a neighborly way. I've been doing this for quite a while. We've got a lot of different neighborhoods where we've had situations like this pop up, and the best thing that I can recommend to folks is to try to work it out together and not try to work against one another. Karen has only recently been appointed onto the commission, and I can assure you that Karen, I've been on this board for nearly 5 years, and Karen brings a wealth of knowledge to this board. Karen has not in any way, shape, or form been an influence to anybody on this board. Everyone on this board is an independent thinker, an independent voter, and I can assure all of you that we work in a very, very good manner. We all balance each other out. She comes from a background that is in engineering. I come from a background of science. You know, Robin is a doctor, Michelle, I mean, we all have different backgrounds, and we work very hard to protect everything that all of you cherish so much. And we put a lot as volunteers, mind you. So, I would appreciate it that, everyone in the public would please just take a deep breath and just be neighborly. and take a moment and think about, what you're saying and what, and I know that you can sometimes see evil with people, but try to have that conversation with the person that you think is really cutting you up the back. And that's all that I can say, and that's all I'm going to say about this.
Mr. Chairman, I tried to make conversation with her. I talked to her on the phone, and her husband told me, do not call this number again. I know where you live. I can come to your house too. That's what they said to me. And since then, we're not talking because he asked me not to talk. So why should I talk? The other thing is, she's going to every board possible on the town. It's like a person throwing a dart to the wall, many of them, maybe one of them will stick. And my understanding today that you are, as and the commission, have no teeth to force something that's in your decisions. That's how I feel. I really feel bad. I really do feel bad.
Mr. Mayor, what is stopping you from putting your wharf in?
The chairman, to see what happened, to see how you asked Karen not to put, not Karen, what's her name? Deb Coonan not to put her dog. We have an issue. She goes, just watch and see how she's going to appeal to the state or whoever it is about your decision to give us permission to put a dog.
Mr. Mayor, the way a board votes is the way a board votes, and that's why there's an appellate process. If a party feels aggrieved, then there's an appellate process. That's the way the mechanism works. That's the way the regulations for the Wetlands Protection Act were written. So, I'm not going to speculate or talk about Ms. Coonan or any other party tonight. I'm done with talking about any other party tonight.
So what's the next?
So if you have, here's the thing, if you have a question about the boat, you're on the agenda for the boat issue that is in your cove. My suggestion is that you talk with the harbor master tomorrow. That's the only thing I can say, but I have to move my agenda along.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
10 o'clock, but I appreciate you being here. I appreciate everyone that has been with us tonight.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll see you next time, okay?
Hopefully not. Oh, yeah, we have another issue, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, bye.
All right, Mary, West Wind,
Yeah, we're skipping that one.
135 South Shore Road.
This one, I think we can do. This is for a new house. Here's the new house. This is another certificate of compliance.
Okay.
Everything.
Which one was this one?
135 South Shore Road.
Is that the one I couldn't find?
Oh,
yeah,
recorded.
I couldn't find that one at the registry. So I couldn't look at the order of conditions.
This is before my time. I don't remember this house.
Yeah, so the order was, there was nothing special on the order. Yeah, these are all before anybody's time. They are our old, Megan did these. And actually the order probably isn't recorded because Megan didn't even put the DEP number on it. There's no number on it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she was learning the process. But it was satisfactory to me. I will make sure that they get it recorded. They'll have to do the order and I will write the proper DEP number in for them.
All right, any issues with this particular house? It doesn't look like.
No, there were no issues.
Looks fine.
Yeah.
All right, so motion to issue the certificate of compliance with DEP number 323-1025, 135 South Shore Road.
I'll make the motion.
I second.
Michelle and Robin.
Ms. Cirillo.
Yes.
Dr. Jewell.
Yes.
Ms. Bartholomew.
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes.
And that's everything. Nothing else. Oh, except for Goddard Street.
Goddard Street. Goddard Street is still working under their stop work order and enforcement order. Did anyone contact the office today?
No, did anyone meet you guys on site?
No.
No, Ted, I did talk to Ted. Ted was gonna supposedly go stop him again today. I did not touch base with him again.
I wonder if it makes sense for us to put together a list of fines.
Yeah, they're,
Because I know from our site visit, we did find a number of other problems, so we have a nice list.
All right, can we get that list over to Mary? Mary, when are you in the office again?
Thursday.
Can you stop over there on Thursday and on the first house, if they have taken down my stop work order, staple the stop work order to the first house and staple the stop work order to the second house, and they are not to be removed?
Was it on the front?
It was on the front of the first house, yes.
They were removed. We didn't see any stop work orders
Okay,
when we were.
so clearly they didn't read it because it's, yeah,
So
all
do
right,
we-
so let's make a motion, begin, fining.
And do we know if there are multiple contractors involved?
I think it's just the same guy.
Okay.
I've been dealing with the Elijah, who we met during the permitting process.
All right, Elijah, you have a contact with that,
And the real estate agent, yeah.
I would talk to the real estate agent, Lady Mary, on Thursday or on, when you're in the office next, and tell her that talk to her and tell her that we'll put her on the line for fines if she doesn't stop it, if this doesn't stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone involved in a project that is under enforcement and it does not comply under the Massachusetts State Regs for Wetlands Protection Act can be fined. From workers all the way up to a real estate agent.
Yeah, so you and I are on the same page, Joey. It's like whoever's involved should get the same information.
I am done with this, playing with these people.
Yep. So I'll make the motion.
Okay.
To
Do we have
follow
a
up on-
second to commence fines?
We just
I'll
want to
second.
give them that $800 fine that used to just be on our website.
I believe it's 800 per violation, so you might have to check that.
Oh, okay.
Let's just make the motion to commence fining. Mary, you put together, look at Michelle's list and then put the list together. And then
Okay.
we'll come up with, I think it's like, and it's I think it's per day in our bylaw.
Yeah, I find that the per day thing bothers me because it's kind of a headache to keep on top of how much things end up being. I'd rather just slap them $1,000 or something. But
Well, I think it's a good stick though.
yeah,
The stick looks a lot heftier if it's a per day stick.
Well, when they see per day, it captures the attention. So,
okay.
all right, so Michelle did the first on commencing violation fines. Do we have a second?
I'll do the second.
Karen with the second.
Ms. Chirillo,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes,
Ms. Bartholomew, I know we're all falling asleep.
yeah,
Yes.
I'm off after this vote.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
vote to adjourn.
Yes! Wake up on that.
Yes.
Mary, I just got one thing last for all of you. Worcester Road, over at the, next to Curaleaf Dispensary. Fresh dumping of grass clippings in the same spot.
Yeah.
It's at the point now where I want them all removed.
Oh, is this the old KLT?
Yep, KFT. I want them all removed, so they're gonna have to get a bucket truck in there. It's maybe approximately 20 feet, 25 feet from the raceway. I noticed the sign.
Joey, is it on the, because when I talked to them, he was saying it's the Price Chopper people. So do you think it's possible it's the Price Chopper people?
I don't know, but it's on, I think it's on their property, but that needs to stop. But on the KTL property, the sign for no snow storage is gone. And the
Okay.
Jersey barrier is gone. Those need to return. So,
Yeah, Joey, may I ask you a question, please?
yeah.
Okay, I've gotten two people, and one is actually a town official who has called me and said that neighbors are are putting grass clippings, junk, and coming over to their property, two people. And they asked me, directing it as I'm a conservation commission, and I don't know how we can put out a bulletin to say you can't do that. Is that illegal? Because again, everything's illegal. Okay.
Yeah, but is the dumping of the grass clippings near a resource area?
Yeah, in the lake. They're dumping them in the lake.
Yeah, I
Yep,
know. I've seen people, particularly on South Point Road, the landscape company takes leaf blower and blows all the grass right into the lake.
Is that illegal?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So where can we put a notice? I'm gonna ask you this.
Town Facebook.
Knowing, I'm asking the question. And knowing I could get in trouble by even asking the question, would it possibly be okay to do it in the Lake Association PSA, or should we put it on, where is it okay in your
all avenues of Facebook on it's not, this is what's causing our bacteria outbreaks. This is what's causing our eutrophication issue. This is what's causing all sorts of problems.
So any place that there's a venue.
Yes, if
say
you're
this is
washing
illegal.
your car in your driveway, that stuff's getting into the water. That's causing issues. So, yes.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
yep.
Okay, good. I'll mention it to Eric that if we could do not put
it would be
grass
great.
clippings into the lake, it is harmful to the lake. Thank you.
It is,
Thank you.
yes,
That's great.
because,
Super.
yep. It's very hard to, when it comes to soaps and, any kind of detergents, any kind of, things, anything that goes on the lawns, fertilizers, even if you're just putting a little fertilizer around any of your plants, that stuff goes down into the groundwater table, and the groundwater table moves around, and if it hits a spring and it upwells, now when it upwells in an area, say like South Pond over near the area where the algae bloom happened, that's a great place for, bacteria to grow and so forth, so it's hard to control, but this is what happens. So we got to minimize these things and try to control them and have people thinking of this stuff. So.
All right, that's great. And again, good communication between WLA and the conservation. Really appreciate
And
it.
just trying to keep reminding people to be mindful of this stuff when you're, watering lawns and stuff. So.
Okay. All right. Good night, everyone.
All right. Good night,
I worked all
everyone.
day.
Good
All
night.
right. Meeting adjourned, 10:25.
Tracy, I'll try to get the tape up for you tomorrow.
Yeah, I definitely will need it because I was having a lot of trouble, not only with the information, but I was having a lot of trouble with my internet today.
Oh, no.
Going out and everybody kept freezing and so I missed a section